uthi kunento afuna ukuyicacisa ebengacacanga kahle.
When I put that assertion that you were assaulted near a ring road around 1522, which you have distanced yourself from, you were actually on your route to Phukengi via Moroka. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Uthi into afuna ukuyicacisa ukuthi nani kade nisemgaqweni indlela eya ePhukeng nidlule eMroka. Ngalesikhathi ezebe ethi wawukade uthe ushayiwe ngase ring road. Uthi kahle kahle into afuna ukuyicacisa ukuthi benisemgaqweni nisuka eMroka niya ePhukeng.
Kosenkantolo ngiyathemba la sengikhulume kane ngokushawa kwami ukuthi mina ngishawele phambi kwegate lengangemkuka akaze ngishawele emgwaqeni kosenkantolo.
My Lord, I believe I have mentioned a couple of times about my assault that I was assaulted next to a gate. I have never been assaulted next to a road.
No, I understand. I was just clarifying, Mr. Ntanzi.
Uthi uyazwisisa umshushisi bekafuna nje ukucacisa udaba oluthize.
Okay. Now let us go back. Just want to take you a little bit backwards
Uthi asiye emuva kancane nje.
to the 17th of June 2020 at the boardroom.
Siye kuyi-17 zika June 2020 laphaya boardroom.
So I want to seek clarity on that aspect.
Ufuna ukucacisa indaba ethize lapha.
It was your evidence before this court that at some stage, Brigadier Gininda instructed you to strip off your clothes.
Ubufakazi bakho uthe kunesikhathi la uBrigadier Gininda eye wathi wena ukhumule impahla zakho.
Yebo nkosenkantolo.
That is correct.
And then did you comply with that instruction?
Uye wakhumula.
Ngikhumulile ngaphezulu nkosenkantolo.
I took off my top.
And that's the stage when Bambena came closer to you to look for tattoos.
Kuna uMabhena uye weza kuwe azobheka imibhalo yama-tattoo.
Yebo nkosenkantolo.
That is correct, my Lord.
So I want to invite you to comment on the version or on your instruction that you gave to Mr. Mngomezulu on the proceedings of the 7th of November 2023 on page 17, where he said, no, my instruction is that accused number 2, he refused because on the basis that there was a woman in the presence.
Manje, umnumzana uMngomezulu uthe uma ekhuluma la enkantolo ngeyi-7 zika November 2023 wathi ngaleso sikhathi uzebe ucelwa ukuthi ukhulule wena uye wanqaba ngenxa yokuthi kwakade kunomuntu wesifazane khona lapha.
And then before you respond, so I can put this into context, Mkhane responded as follows. I think accused 2 must tell you the truth because how could we ask him to disrobe, to take his clothes off when there were people there, when there were women there, where there were people from outside there?
Mkhane waphendula le ndaba bekade ikhulunywa ummeli ephendule ethi umsolo wesibini kuzofuneka ukuthi akutshele iqiniso ngoba besingamcela kanjani ukuthi akhulule ukuthi bekade kunomuntu wesifazane kunomuntu wangaphandle okungasingxenye yethu lapho.
Kosenkantolo. Ngicela ungaphendulele baba uMngomezulu ngoba ngimlapha nje ngizokhuluma into eyenzeka ngekhona mina.
My Lord, may I please not respond on what Mr. Mngomezulu had said. As I am standing here, I am here to testify on what happened whilst I was present.
Ngoba ubonile uGininda metha ngikhumula ukuthi ayikho lento ayifunayo amathathone nembolo asetshene nkosenkantolo engibuza i28 angilazi nokuthi lisho ukuthina nginalo into le nkosenkantolo.
Because my Lord, even Brigadier Gininda, he saw when I took off my t-shirt that I did not have even that particular tattoo, the number 28, which I also do not know what does it mean.
So I want to conclude on this point without wasting time. So that refusal by you to take off your clothes never happened.
Manje kusho ukuthi wena awuzange unqabe ukukhumula.
Kosenkantolo ngoba ngemphambi wakho angithi ngilethe into ayenzeka kimi la. Bengeke ngizila ngingazi ukuthi ngizokwenza. Ngikhuluma into ayenzeka ngoba ngithi mina ngagumula lapha izithombe zathathiwe.
My Lord, as I am standing before you, I am here to testify on what happened, and I wouldn't have been standing here if I did not do what they wanted me to do, and I am saying that I did take off my t-shirt.
Okay, and as a point of departure, so you cannot testify about the refusal to disrobe.
Manje wena ngeke uphana ngobufakazi ngale ndaba yokuthi wena uye wanqaba ukukhumula.
Kosenkantolo ngiyaphinda ngithi angishongo phambi kosenkantolo mina ngowami umlomo ukuthi nginqabile ukukhumula. Ngithe mina ngigumulile ngoba ngangifuna ayibone serious lento le ukuthi azange ngafaka ethathole futhi angizange ngaboshiwe ngale nombolo engitshena intombolo yasejele.
My Lord, I never said before you that I refused to undress, and I undressed because I wanted to prove to Brigadier Gininda that I do not have that number that he mentioned, and I have never also been arrested as it was alleged.
Ngoba namhlanje kosenkantolo anginayo ethathole mina nginayo inombolo yasejele.
Because to date, my Lord, I still do not have a tattoo. I still do not have that number from the prison.
That's the conclusion. Let's proceed now.
Uthi asiqhubeke-ke.
We'll argue that point later.
Uthi uzobuya kuyo lelo daba uzoluxoxa uma sekuxoxwa abashushisi nommeli.
Exhibit HH, statement that was taken from you by Colonel Rapado.
Siya-ke kubufakazi buka HH, istatement esathathwa kuwe sithathwa uKolonel Rapado.
It's in front of you, the original.
Nayi i-original yakhona.
Yebo nkosenkantolo.
Yes, my Lord.
Can you recognize your signature on the statement
I-signature yakho uyayibona la?
as well as the proforma?
Yebo nkosenkantolo ngiyeba.
Yes, I can see it, my Lord.
Is that your signature?
Yona le i-signature yakho.
Yebo nkosenkantolo.
Yes, my Lord.
And the thumbprint?
Bese isithupha leso sikabani?
Bangibeka nkosenkantolo isithupha manje angazi noma yiso lesinoma ngesinye kodwa ngasibeka isithupha nkosenkantolo.
I did place my thumbprint, my Lord. I'm not sure if this is the one or there is another one that was placed there.
Okay. On the front of the document is dated 19 June 2020.
Uthi phambili lana ibhalwe i-19 June 2020. Uyakubona lokho?
Yebo nkosenkantolo.
Yes, I can see that.
Time is 10 to 7.
Isikhathi mizuzu elishumi ngaphambi kwehora lesikhombisa.
Yebo nkosenkantolo ngiyeba.
Yes, my Lord, I can see that.
And then it was the person that contacted Colonel Rapado is Colonel Gininda.
Umuntu oye washayela uKolonel Rapado ucingo wakade kuyiKolonel Gininda.
Angazi nkosenkantolo.
I do not know, my Lord.
Can you dispute that?
Ungaphika lokho kodwa?
Ngoba ngithi angazi nje angazi nkosenkantolo.
As I am saying, I do not know, my Lord.
And then name of the suspect is Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Bese igama lomuntu oyikuthi umsolwa ubongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Ngiyabona nkosenkantolo.
Yes, I can see that, my Lord.
Police station is First Loras, case 63610 of 2014.
I-police station, i-Force Loras, case number 636-10-2014.
Ngiyabona nkosenkantolo tebhalwe.
Yes, I can see that what is written, my Lord.
Charges murder and language of suspect is Zulu.
Icala ebakuthwesa lona kwakade kuyicala lokubulala, wena ukhuluma isiZulu.
Yebo nkosenkantolo ngikhuluma isiZulu.
Yes, my Lord, I am Zulu speaking.
And you were currently held at Pretoria North.
Wawukade ubekwe esiphoyiseni sase Pretoria North. Uyakubona nalokho?
Yebo ngiyakubona okubhalwe lapha.
Yes, my Lord, I can see it as it is written on that document.
Were you kept at Pretoria North on the 19th of June 2020?
Nge-19 zika June 2020 wawukade uvalelwe ePretoria North.
Angiyazi igama le-police station nkosenkantolo bangihlala ama-police station amaningi. Uma bekubhale bona la ayikho into engizothi mina ngenqa bakubhale bona ngithi kubhale bona kubhalanga mina.
I do not know the name of the police station which I was kept at, my Lord, as I was kept in a couple of police stations. However, if it is written here, there's nothing that I can say as it is being written, my Lord.
From the 16th of June 2020 until this date, the 19th of June 2020, were you ever taken to a different police station other than Pretoria North?
Ukusukela ngeyi-16 zika June 2020 ukuyofikela ngeyi-19 zika June 2020 uye wasuswa wayisiwa kwenye police station ngaphandle kwale iPretoria North.
Kosenkantolo negama le police station ngiyachaza nje ngangayazi igama le police station ngangana uthi ngikuphi. Ukube mhlawumbe ayengitshela ukuthi ngikuphi ngabe ngangazi ukuthi ngikuphi ngoba ayikho into ayengitshela mina ngirepotela yona.
My lord, even the name of the police station I was not informed of. Therefore, I did not know which police station was I kept in. If I was informed, then I would have kept it in mind.
Do you recall yesterday when you gave your evidence, or during cross-examination rather, you said that in the morning of the 19th of June 2020, you went to a certain police station in the morning where they parked and then you sat inside the vehicle?
Usakhumbula ukuthi izolo uma uphana ngobufakazi noma uma ubuzwa imibuzo uye wathi ekseni nge-19 niye nasuka naya kwenye ipolice station afika napaka khona.
Ngiyakhumbula Kosenkantolo akaze ngilibize igama le police station. Khona
Ye-
ukukhishwa kwe police station ngene emontweni ngizophuma ngoba nguyo ongikhipha nguyo ongivalelayo. Ayikho into engizoyinqaba Kosenkantolo.
Yes, my lord, I do remember, and I did not mention the name of the police station as I was moved by him, and there is nothing that I could have done as he had instructed me that I should go.
Evidence led in this court is that that particular police station is Moroka police station.
Ubufakazi obukhishwe la ukuthi Leo police station iMuroka police station.
Lenga hanje sakuyo Kosenkantolo.
Are you referring to the police station which I was taken to,
Noma lenga engalandwa kuyo ekseni.
or the one which I was kept at?
The one you were taken to.
Uthi le ewayiswa kuyo.
Yebo Nkosenkantolo ngoba kusho wena.
Yes.
Ngizothi ngoba into oyifundayo wena ebhalwe phansi nele onolwazi la.
Yes.
Mina ngazi uma angwazi ama police station la. Nama ngeke ngiphumela enkantolo ngikhomba ukuthi ngangihlala la ngeke ngiwakhomba.
Yes, my lord, that is what you are saying, and there is nothing I can dispute as I do not know the police stations. Even now, I cannot be able to go and point out the police stations which I stayed in.
And can you confirm that on the date you were driven into that particular police station on that Toyota Fortuner, white Toyota Fortuner?
Uyavuma ukuthi nangalelo langa uye wayisiwa kuleyo police station kuhanjwa ngale Toyota Fortuner ebekade imhlophe.
Yebo Nkosenkantolo ngalandwa ngefortune emhlophe.
Yes, my lord, I was driven with a white Toyota Fortuner.
And then you confirm as well that at no stage on the 19th of June 2020, you were taken out of that particular Fortuner to another vehicle.
Uyavuma futhi nokuthi akuzange kube nesikhathi la ukuthi ngalo lelo langa le 19 wasuswa kule Toyota Fortuner wayisiwa kwenye imoto.
Ayamanga la Nkosenkantolo.
That is incorrect, my lord.
No, you do not understand my question. I'm saying, okay, let me ask you in this way. Were you ever taken out of the Toyota Fortuner into another vehicle?
Manje uthi ithabuze lo umbuzo ngalendlela. Ngalo leli langa le 19 sika June 2020 uye wakhishwa kwi Toyota Fortuner wafakwa kwenye imoto.
Ngasikhathi seni Nkosenkantolo ekseni lemina ayikho imoto mina ngakhishwa kuyo nge19 ngafakwa kwenye imoto. Ngalokho nje ngeke ifortune.
At what time, my lord, are you referring to? Because there is no vehicle which I was taken into after being taken from the Toyota Fortuner on the 19th. Are you referring to in the morning, during the day, or what time?
At any stage on that particular day?
Uthi ngalelo langa le 19 nje nhlobo ilanga lonke awuzange ufakwe kwenye imoto.
Ayizange yenzeka lonto Nkosenkantolo.
I have never been moved from one vehicle to another on the 19th.
Okay, now let's take it a step further now. The AVL report locates that particular vehicle from this time that is noted, or closest to this time that is noted in this document, to be at Koma Street or Makalima Street, which is Moroka police station at that time.
Manje ke lobufakazi bwe AVL bona bubonisa yona le moto le ngaso lesisikhathi noma ngalesikhathi esondelene naso lesi ukuthi le moto yayikade isekoma emgaqweni obizwa ukoma noma imakhalima eyikuthi lo mgwaqo loyo umgwaqo oseduze nepolice station yeMroka.
Kosenkantolo azange ngisho mina ukuthi imoto yahamba kuleli gama lestrata amagama estrata ngiwatshele nguye mina umshushisi. Mina ngithe imoto ngangikhishwe police station imoto ngiyobeka lapha efika ime khona ngibone ukuthi mhlambe ngipopolo ukuthi ngikuphi lapha engikhona kuphela qa into engikhulumela phambi kosenkantolo.
My Lord, I never mentioned any street in my testimony. The names of the streets are being mentioned by the state, and all that I have said is that whenever the motor vehicle would stop, I would then peep and see where was the motor vehicle. That's when I would have knowledge.
And at that stage, you were escorted by Constable Jonathan into the office of Colonel Rapad.
Uthi ke ngaleso sikhathi kula ukuthi wena uye wathathwa uConstable Jonathan wakuthatha wakuyisa enkantolo lika Colonel Rapad.
Amanga kosenkantolo la.
That is incorrect, my Lord.
Okay. Now let us proceed. Now on your version, which is not supported by anything, whether witnesses or AVL, you said you were taken to this place with ATMs, and then you could see there was a dumping at the back, and you made mention of something regarding papers.
Manje ukuya ngobufakazi bakho oyikuthi abunayo into eyifakazelayo lobufakazi bakho. iAVL ayikhulumi ngabo, akunafakazi ozile ekhuluma nangabo. Wena uthi uye wayithathwa wayiswa kwindawo ethize la kulahlwa khona izibi, la ukhulume ngabaphepha wakhuluma nangokuthi kwakade kunama ATM endawo lebo kade uyiswe kuyo.
Yebo nkosenkantolo mina ngikhuluma ngento engangiyibona.
Yes, my Lord, I am testifying about what I saw.
Le ngangiyibona phambi kwami yenzeka mina. Nkosenkantolo ngoba ngimlapha ngizotshela inkosenkantolo into ayenzeka kimi.
I saw what was happening, and as I was standing there, and even as I am testifying, I'm informing the court of what I saw.
And it was your evidence that the man that you said you picked up at Chris Han Baragwanath Hospital gave you certain documentation.
Wena ubufakazi bakho uthe lomlisa onimlande eChris Hani Baragwana uye wakunika amaphepha athize.
Kosenkantolo ngithe amaphepha emotweni wawanikwa usayitshene umkhali benomabhela lapha enenvelope. Amaphepha la nika wena la sengishawe ethi angisayine ngenkani lapha sasengathwa ngisayine khona amaphepha ngenkani nkosenkantolo.
My Lord, I said he was given documents by Sergeant Mohani and Mapena. They gave him an envelope, and the documents that he gave me, it was when I was assaulted, and he said I should sign on those documents.
Was it not your testimony said that the documents were handed to him by Colonel Brigadier Gininda?
Wena awushongo ukuthi ubekade enikwe lamaphepha uBrigadier Gininda.
Kosenkantolo ngithe amaphepha mina wawanikwa emotweni.
My Lord,
Ngoba wayehleli duzane nami la.
I said he was given documents inside the vehicle as he was seated next to me.
Nge-envelope brown lenkulu.
And he was given those documents where they were contained inside a big brown envelope.
Ngoba ngihamba naye la ngemoto amaphepha yawakhipha uhambe yawafunda ukuthi ayesho ukuthini angiwazi namanje kuye.
As the vehicle was driving, he was taking out those documents and reading them. I do not know what was written on those documents.
So that happened in your presence?
Leyo nto yenzakele ukhona.
Angithi ngihleli naye ngemuva emotweni.
I was sitting with him in the vehicle.
Siyahamba ngemoto masuka lapha esamgibeza khona.
As the motor vehicle was driving from where we took him.
And it was evidence before this court that Exhibit HH was completed by Colonel Rapad in his own handwriting. He also signed those documents.
Kuthiwe uColonel Rapad uyena owasayina leli phepha, uyena owaligcwalisa ngesandla sakhe.
Kosenkantolo angithi mina ngimazi ukuthi wayebhalani ngoba wehlela lapha phansi ehleli noduzane nobaba uGininda. Angimazi izinto ayebhala.
My Lord, I do not know what was he completing, what was he writing as he was seated there with Brigadier Gininda.
Ukube mhlambe ngabona ngabe ngizoyitshela inkosi kaToda hayi ngambone ebhala iphepha so manje mina ngilibonanga. ngoba
If-
lalikuye la mina ngimi le
If perhaps I would have seen him writing on what document, I would have been able to testify that I saw him writing on this particular document.
So at some stage, he was talking to Brigadier Gininda.
Kunesikhathi esithize la bekade yena ekhuluma noBrigadier Gininda.
kosenkantolo bafika abantu bahlala bobabili so emveni kwemoto
My-
uGininda wahlala naye so bekhuluma uGininda wasuka weza ke bethi namanje ngisamenza angikafuna ukukhuluma ukuthi ngisamenza isithutha na
My lord, they came and sat behind the motor vehicle together facing each other. And after that, Brigadier Gininda came to me and asked me, am I still making him a fool?
They were sitting behind which vehicle?
Bebahleli emuva kwayiphi imoto?
imoto ehamba ngoba uGininda iBM ebehamba ngayo emhlophe ngakusho nokubaba uNgozi athi iBM wayehamba ngayo
Brigadier Gininda was driving a BMW white in color.
kodwa yayingadrive ngokwena waphuma eceleni lapha ijika imoto eyedriver umama umholi
However, he was not driving. The vehicle was driven by Sergeant Mohola.
At what stage did the Colonel Rapad get into the vehicle?
Colonel
What
Rapad.
time? At what time, in fact?
Colonel Rapad yena ungene ngasiphi isikhathi emotweni.
esibhedlela or sesilapha sasemkhona
This is the court, my lord. My lord, with all due respect to my learned colleague, time and time again, the witness has said, I didn't have time on me. I don't have any sense of time. And this question overly it's repeated over and over and over, as the court pleases, madam.
My lord, the witness can simply say, was it in the morning or it was in the afternoon?
Yeah, proceed.
Uthi ke umshushisi Colonel Rapad ungene nini emotweni akasho ukuthi uchaze isikhathi esithize uthi ungasho ukuthi bekusemini noma bekuhlwile noma bekusekuseni.
mina phambi kosenkantolo ngisho ubaba uRapata azange ngambone kuseni mina ngimbone emini lapha egibela imoto apha samthatha khona seza naye lapha imoto eyihamba khona engazekiwa kuphi
My lord, I have testified that I did not see Colonel Rapadu in the morning. I saw him during the day when he came into the vehicle and we drove off.
Did at any stage, when you were in that place, return Orlando at the gate, Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu talk to you?
Ngalesikhathi nilaphayana kule ndawo ebekade ibhalwe Orlando egate. Sikhona isikhathi la ukuthi uLieutenant Colonel Rapadu uye wakhuluma nawe.
angizange ngikhulume naye nkosenkantolo wazokhuluma nami ngoba phela wayephethe yonke into yami azange ngibuze nexi nkosenkantolo
There is nothing that he had spoken to me. What was he going to speak to me about as he had everything that pertained to me?
So you are saying this pro forma, as well as the statement, is something that the police came with ready prepared.
Manje ufuna ukuthi lencwadi nestatement esiphakathi into ekuthi amaphoyisa beze seyibhaliwe.
nkosenkantolo mabehleli phansi angibazi ukuthi benzani mina
My
lapha
lord,
behleli khona
as they were seated down, I do not know what were they doing where they were sitting.
ukuthi babebhala babengabhala angibazi mina lento le angidibani nayo nkosenkantolo ngeyabo
Whether they were writing or not, I am not part of it. This document belongs to them.
okwami kuphela la isignature isikhathi ngishawa lo impendulo ngiphendula phambi kosenkantolo
The only thing that belongs to me here, my lord, it's a signature when I was being assaulted. That's all I am saying in front of this court.
So you've got nothing to do with the contents of this document.
Wena lokho kubhalwe la awuhlangani lutho na.
angihlangani nkosenkantolo nakho
Yes, my lord, I have nothing to do with what is written in this document.
ngoba kube mhlambe kwenziwaye ngishine phambi kosenkantolo ukuthi la ngabe ngizocela istatement sesizulu izulu ngiyakwazi ukusibhala
If this document was completed by me, I would have completed the document in Zulu because I am able to write Zulu.
Thank you, sir. So as you're being assaulted there, what happened?
Njengoba bowulibele ushawa lapha kwenzakeleni.
Ngishayiwe inkosi enkantolo kuthiwa mangisayine ngazange ngagcina ngisayinele sengizwa ukuthi nampela ngumuntu ongikhathele ngemukele.
I got assaulted, my lord, until I gave up and saw that indeed I have to sign, as I have already given up and I was now tired of being assaulted.
Angisayinanga inkosi enkantolo ngokuthanda kwami lami.
I did not sign freely and voluntarily.
And can you describe the nature of assault that was meted out on the day in question?
Uthi umshushisi ake uchaze lokushawa okhuluma ngakho kwalelo langa.
Inkosi enkantolo ngikhuluma mina ngokufaka uplastic ekhanda inkosi enkantolo la.
My lord, I am referring to being choked with a plastic being put on my head.
Ngoba babe ngibambile ngapha izandla ngapho ubaba uButhelezi nalo nomunye ngingalazi igama lakho emhlophe.
As Mr. Buthelezi and the other white gentleman held my hands from the back.
Ngaze ngabona ukuthi ka angisayini noma vele akekho nomuntu ongapha ngakimi. Makathi lokho ukufaka uplastic ekhanda ukhisha kuthiwa manje awufoni. Ngiyakuyeka bekubulala ngizothini mina.
And my lord, that's when I realized that I need to sign, as I have been assaulted and a plastic would be placed in my head and taken off, and then I would be asked, are you signing or not, or whether you want them to assault you to death. What was I supposed to do? I then realized that I need to sign, my lord.
So all these arrangements, from taking a detour to Fosloras to that particular place, just for you to put a signature on that document.
Manje ukulibele yonke lendawo la ukube kade kusukwa khona kusukwa kuyiswa eFosloras bese niyaqhezuka emgaqweni niya laphayana ngasesibhedlela nje ukuthi wena uyosayina kwakade kuhanjwa yonke leyo ndlela ukuthi wena uyosayina.
Inkosi enkantolo nakho kwenzekile ngithi.
My lord, that's what happened.
Nawa ngisho namanye inkosi enkantolo tokwami signature la okwami ngenkani ngeforce ube ngiforce ukuthi angisayinela. Ukube mina engangiforce inkosi enkantolo namanje ngiyasho phambi kwakho. Ngangeke ngisayinele lento le.
And my lord, all that happened from me, it's for me to sign. If I was not forced to sign, I was not going to sign, my lord.
Okay. Said you were choked. What else was done to you?
Uthe ufakwe uplastic wachupiwa yini enye into ebakwenze yona.
Inkosi enkantolo ngithi mangifaka uplastic la bengibambe ngakho ngizama ukuphunyuka ngithi bayangibamba straight bangipressa so.
My lord, as they have put a plastic on me and they have grabbed me with my hands, I was trying to get off the grip.
Ingakho ngiyaqala mangingena apha eboxini ngitshela inkosi enkantolo lento eyenzeka kimi angimfisele omunye umuntu ibhlungu manje enhlizweni yami.
And my lord, that is why even when I started testifying, I said what happened to me, I would not wish that it happened to anyone. That thing is painful.
Ingakho ngize ngakhipha namagama ukuthi uNkulunkulu ababusise.
And that is why I even uttered the words that may God bless them.
Okay, it's fine, I heard you.
Uthi kulungile ukuzwile
So
umshushu.
all this was happening in the presence of Colonel Rapado.
Konke lokhu kwenzakele uKolonel Rapado ekhona.
Ukhona ngithi iphoyisa elikhulu ngizothini mina ukhona.
Yes, he was present as he was one of the senior police officers.
And then who approached you for a signature?
Ubani oze kuwe wathi usign.
Angithi bebe masobele babugcinile wethi namanje awufuni siyakuyeka bekubulala mangithi ke okay lethana ngisayina uyangineka ngiyasayina ngizothini mina inkosi enkantolo.
They came with Brigadier Gininda and they asked me, are you still refusing to sign or should we let them kill you? And they brought the document with a pen and I opted to sign.
Did Colonel Rapado utter any words?
uKolonel Rapado yena ikhona into aye wayisho kuwe.
Ukhona raphatha inkosi enkantolo mayebamba iphepha sokukhuluma uGilinda besethi bese ngithi mina hayi lethana ngisayine baye uyangineka ngithi uyakhomba ukuthi sign la ayikho into engizoyinqaba inkosi enkantolo mina.
My lord, Colonel Rapado had the document and Brigadier Gininda was speaking. When I said, bring the document, let me sign, he gave me and he paged through and showed me where to sign.
Was that his only involvement in regarding this document?
Yona yodwa into ayenzile uKolonel Rapado ukuthi akunike incwadi ukuthi sign la.
Njengoba ngisho inkosi enkantolo kunjalo ngicima inkosi.
As I am stating it, my lord, that's how it happened.
Nothing else.
Ayikho enye into aye wayenza yena.
azange angibuze ningisi inkosi enkantolo.
He never asked me.
Ngisho igama lami akaze angibuze.
He never asked me even a single question, even my name, he never asked.
Ngoba i-ID yami ayiphethe ngimbone ephethe nephepha so.
What I saw is that he was in possession of my ID document, together with the document that he had.
No other words he uttered.
Akazange akhulume elinye igama.
Nkosi enkantolo noma mhlambe kukhona khuluma nami ngumuntu ngiyakhohlwa kodwa wena izinto eziningi azikho angibuza zona ngaleli phepha mina Nkosi enkantolo.
My Lord, even if there are words that he might have uttered, I am a person, I forget. Perhaps I might have forgotten. However, a lot of things he never asked me pertaining to this document.
So a lot of things he did not ask you pertaining that document.
Uthi okuningi akazange akubuze mayelana naleli phepha.
Ngithi Nkosi enkantolo mina namanje angidibani naleli phepha leli phambi kweNkosi enkantolo. Okwami la ile signature ngayisayina ngenkani. Ngiyayivuma, ngeyami ngayisayina ngenkani. Angisayinanga ngoba ngithanda.
My Lord, I am still maintaining that a lot of these things I do not know, and what I am confidently agreeing to, it's my signature. I agree that this is my signature. However, I was forced to sign here.
When you were being assaulted, did Colonel Rapadu say anything
Ngalesikhathi
to
ulibele
the
ushawa.
police officers?
Ngalesikhathi ushawa. Colonel Rapadu, ikhona into aye
He's already answered to say he may have uttered certain things, but I'm human, I forgot. Asked and answered, my Lord. That's the court pieces.
But I'm arriving at a certain point. Can I not be distracted, my Lord? A version was put on your behalf that Colonel Rapadu, trying to find the relevant page, said or inquired from the police that were there, considering your condition, that if you were still alive,
uthi ke ummeli wakho uye wakhuluma etshela omunye wofakazi ukuthi uKolonel Rapadu uye wathi kumaphoyisa uma bekubheka ukuthi usaphila na.
Ngiyathemba Nkosi enkantolo akusinto ephuma emlonyeni wami leyo.
I believe, my Lord, that is not what I said,
Akaze ngibhekise into phambi kweNkosi enkantolo mina.
as I did not mention it in front of this court.
26 October 2023, on page 18, this word was said to Colonel Rapadu.
Nge-26 zika October nyakenye nayi into eyakhulunywa kuye uKolonel Rapadu.
16 to paragraph line 16 to 20. So, and I quote, quoting at Mr. Mngomezulu. So the torturing, the tubing, the assaulting of the accused carried on until you were sorry and you told the police officers that were around. After seeing the condition of the accused, you asked them, is he still alive? And Mr. Mngomezulu proceeded to say, that is the question you asked.
Uthi ke ummeli wakho uye wathi kuKolonel Rapadu kusho ukuthi ukushawa ukuhlukunyezwa nokuchubiwa kwakamsolwa kuye kwaqhubeka kufikela wena Kolonel Rapadu uze umbona waze wabuza ukuthi usaphila nalo muntu olibele eshawa.
Nkosi enkantolo angeke ngikwazi ukuphendula baba Mngomezulu la lapha eboxini. Ngiyathemba mina into engikhulumile into ephuma emlonyeni wami phambi kweNkosi enkantolo. Azange ngithi ubaba Mngomezulu ubuza ubaba uRapatu ukuthi cha ngeke ngikwazi ukuyiphendula Nkosi enkantolo.
My Lord, I would not be able to respond on behalf of what Mr. Mngomezulu had said. I believe what I have testified on is what comes from me, and I did not mention anything with regards to Mr. Mngomezulu.
But did you hear this particular part of evidence when it was put to Colonel Rapadu?
Kodwa ubuzwile lobo bufakazi ngalesikhathi bucebi kutshelwa uKennel Rapadu.
Kosenkantolo ngiphinde nazola ngasho la ukuthi mangihleli lapha ziningi izinto ezikhuluma enkantolo nami ngumuntu.
My Lord, as I have stated yesterday, that whilst I am seated on the accused dock, there are a lot of things that are spoken, and I am also human.
Ubaba uMgomezulu uzokhuluma nenkosi enkantolo.
Mr.
ngalokho
Mgomezulu
akhulumela, ngazi mina.
is the one that would argue with the court on what he had said.
But do you understand the impact of asking this question to the witness? Meaning you were beaten to a stage where one has to ask whether you are still alive. Do you understand?
Kodwa uyazwisisa na ukuthi lo mbuzo obekade ubuzwa ufakazi wona wawukade uthini, okuchaza ukuthi ushawe ngendlela ebeyikuthi umuntu bekwamele azibuze ukuthi lo muntu usaphila na.
Ngithi namanje inkosi enkantolo ngeke ngikwazi ukuphendula ubaba uMgomezulu ngoba namanje inkosi enkantolo ukube la khona ijini lengangigqokile. Inkosi enkantolo bengeke ithanda ngendlela ejini leyo engcole ngayo.
My Lord, as I am stating, I would not be able to respond on what Mr. Mgomezulu had said.
Next,
However, if the court could see the jean that I was wearing, the court would not like it.
Necathulo ezayigcwele dust mangathiwa nje sekhona mangathiwa ngangayikhipha ngayivezela inkosi enkantolo wabayithathanga.
And even the shoes that I was wearing, the dust that was on those shoes, if I would have been able to show them the court would not also like that.
Ingakho ngiphambi inkosi enkantolo ngithi ama ngilapha inhliziyo yami ibuhlungu inkosi enkantolo lokho kama namanje alifuna emhlonyeni wami ngeke liphele ngoba ngimi lapha nje inhliziyo yami ibuhlungu ngendlela ngangihlukunyezwa ngayo.
And my Lord, that is why I keep on mentioning that my heart is broken because of the way I was treated and assaulted.
So you see, with that version, and then put it to you that what you are telling this court is improbable, it did not happen, you are just making up a story.
Uthi umshushisi uyakutshela ukuthi lento oyishoyo ayikwazeki ukuthi ingayenzeka. Ayenzekanga futhi wena uyaziqambela.
Inkosi enkantolo yenzeka lento engikhuluma ngayo inkosi enkantolo ngoba ngilapha phambi kwakho la. Yena wayengekho yena ukhuluma ngamaphepha awaphethe wayengekho yena la esasikhona thina.
My Lord, what I am testifying on indeed happened, and the state was not present. The state is just speaking as they are in possession of exhibits.
And I am qualifying, which I am telling you now, because the AVL system does not locate that particular motor vehicle that you were transported in on that particular day.
Ukuthi into eyenza ukuthi ayisho leyo nto ngesibindi ukuthi ayenzekanga ingoba iAVL akukho la ibeka le moto ebukade uhanjiswa ngayo kule ndawo ewichazayo.
Inkosi enkantolo namanje ngiyaphinda la ngithi mina ngeke ngiphendulele into engayazi le akhuluma ngayo umshushisi ngeke ngize ngiyiphendulele. Ngani ngoba mhlawumbe kube nginolwazi la bengizoyitshela inkosi enkantolo kodwa hayi kukanje manje angazi ngalento engikhulumela yona.
My Lord, I repeat, I would not be able to respond on what I do not know. As the state is referring to the AVL, I do not know anything about it.
Furthermore, you testified that after that particular place, you were taken to a certain police station. Can you take me through what happened when you arrived at that particular police station?
Wena ke uye waqhubeka wathi uma uqeda ukushawa kuleyo ndawo uye wayisiwa kuleyo police station. Uthi umshushisi akumchazisele ke ukuthi kuleyo police station kwenzakeleni.
Kuleyo police station inkosi enkantolo masingena phakathi sifike sama.
At that police station, my Lord, when we got inside, we stopped.
Ngehla ngajika ngapha nomkhana.
I alighted the motor vehicle and went the other direction with Mukhani.
Mafela ngabe siyathi kwaqhamuka lo yena ubaba lo ngamazi uqhamuka kuphi manje ngoba ngimbonanga ngena mina.
And whilst we were in that place, Then this particular gentleman came and I did not see where he came from.
ngathi sabela phambi kwemoto elifortune lapha engasitupela amakhona amaphepha la kuthiwa ngisitupa ngakhona.
And that is when we went back to the Fortuna, and that's when I was asked that I did not put in my fingerprint on.
So you do not know the contents of this document.
Ekuchaza ukuthi izinto ezibhalwe kule ncwadi wena awuzazi.
Namanje Nkosi enkantolo ngithi angidibane nazo mina.
I still maintain that I am not part of this document.
And this document is not the only document that you signed
Nangokho le
from the time
ncwadi
you were arrested up until this date.
kungasiyona yodwa incwadi ewayisayinda kusukela lesikhathi uzuboshwa kufikela lelanga leli uzusayina le.
Sicela uqindele.
Uthi umshushisi le ncwadi akusiyona yodwa ewayisayina kusukela lelanga uboshwa kufikela leli langa uzebe usayina le.
Nkosi enkantolo ngithi mina zikhona izinto engisayine ngenkani. Angazi ukukhuluma ngaziphi umshushisi phambi kwenkosi enkantolo.
My Lord, there are certain documents which I was forced to sign. Therefore, I do not know which document is the state referring to.
And then when you signed those many documents that I'm referring to now, were you assaulted?
Manje nalawa amanye amaphepha amaningi la uwasayinile.
So sorry, my lord. For clarification, perhaps the question on the grounds of vagueness, if my learned colleague can specify those other documents that he says my client signed without or with being assaulted, as the court pleases.
I presented to you yesterday a notice of rights that you were given at Pretoria North. You identified your signature. You said you did sign that particular document.
Manje umshushisi ufuna ukwazi ukuthi nawo lawa wonke amaphepha awasayinile wawukade ushayiwe na uphakama ummeli uthi ukhuluma ngamaphi amaphepha. Umshushisi uthi izolo ukunikele yancwadi le ebekade ikhuluma ngamalungelo le besiyiphethela le uthe uye wayisayina ufuna ukwazi nayo ukuthi ushayiwe na ngalesikhathi uzebe uyisayina.
Phambi kwenkosi enkantolo akaze ngithi ngishayiwe ngisayina incwadi ngasikhuluma nganayo incwadi esikhuluma ngankosi enkantolo.
Before this court, I never said I was assaulted when I signed the notice of right. I am now referring to this document that is in front of me, my lord.
And so why was it necessary for them to assault you just to sign this document that you don't even know the contents?
Manje kungani kwakusemqoka ukuthi bakushaye ukuze usayine leli phepha ewungazi nokuthi libhalweni.
Nkosi enkantolo lo mbuzo ngongcola ububheke kumnikazi yelo ayengitshela ngisayine lapha mina.
My lord, I believe that question would have been fair if it was posed to the person who said I should sign.
I mean, without you being assaulted, this document could have just been presented to you and then you put your signature there without being assaulted.
Uthi nangaphandle kokuthi ushawe le ncwadi kube bavele bakunika yona bathi usayine bangakushayanga.
Nkosi enkantolo ukube yena lo umne owabhala lencwadi wenza yonke lento ukube mhlambe wafunda wangitshena waze wafika ngapha ekugcineni ebese ngitshena ukuthi ngizwile khona ngishoyo mhlambe Nkosi enkantolo ngizoyitshena okungcono ngoba ngithi Nkosi enkantolo mina namanje lencwadi le angidibane na.
My lord, if the author of this document would have read this document to me and asked me if I understood everything that was contained in the document, then maybe today we would have been speaking something different.
See,
but
now
my
you're
lord,
yes.
I am still maintaining that I am not part of this document.
See, now you're contradicting yourself. If that document was read back to you first and then you refuse to sign, then I will agree with you. Then you were assaulted just to sign. But it was never read. You don't know what was contained in that document.
Uthi ke umshushisi uyabona ke manje usokhuluma into ehlukile. Uma ingabe lencwadi uthi uma ingabe lencwadi bebakufundele yona wena bese awuvumi ukusayina bese ke bayakushaya ubekazozwisisa yena ukuthi sebakushayela ukuthi bakufundele wazwisisa kodwa awusafuna ukusayina manje uthi wena awufuni ukusayina nangokho bangakufundelanga yona.
Nkosi enkantolo namanje ngiyaphinda mina ngale ncwadi ayikho into engihlanganisayo inomnikaziyo okuyena abambuza ngayo mina ngidibana nale ncwadi le.
My lord, I repeat that I am not part of this document as there is no one who has read it to me. There is a person who wrote this document, who is the one that knows about this document.
Okay. Were all the pages of that document signed in that place that you have nicknamed Orlando?
Manje, wonke ama-page wale ncwadi asayinwe kule ndawo la uthe kuse Orlando.
ngithi Nkosi enkantolo kukhona amaphepha ekuthiwa angiwasayinanga ngahamba ngawasayinela pha lapha ngasidubha khona.
My Lord, there are certain
Kule-
documents which I was informed that I did not sign, and that's when I had signed where my thumbprints were taken
Kule police station abangibeka kuyo Nkosi enkantolo.
at the police station which I was placed at.
I'm not sure if I did ask you this question, but I'll ask you for the sake of completeness. And then when you were eventually taken to that police station to complete the signing of the document, I'm correct to say there were no assaults there.
Uthi ke ufuna ukwazi umshushisi ukuthi ngalesikhathi beze bekuyisa kule police station labo kade uyoqhubeka uyoqedelela ukusayina abazange bakushaye lapho.
Wayezongishayela Nkosi enkantolo ngoba sengiwasayinela amanye amaphepha kuthiwa kushoda. Angiwazi na shoda yedwa ngathiwa kushoda khona ngingawasayinanga. Ayezongishayela ukuthi vele useyenza intando yakhe.
Why was I going to be assaulted, my Lord? Because they had said there are certain documents which I did not sign, and they had already done their will. Therefore, why was it going to be necessary for them to assault me again?
Just lastly, on that aspect, in that area, was Sergeant Mohola present there as well?
Uthi ke okugcina ngayo leyo ndaba kuleyo ndawo uSergeant Mukhola naye wayekade elibele ekhona lapho.
Nkosi enkantolo ngichazile ukuthi masuka lapha angibabonanga ukuthi abanye baya kuphi mina.
My Lord, I have explained that when we left that place, I did not see where others went to.
Ngoba kwayena ubaba lo ngangigibela emotweni la kwiFortune angibangisahamba na ukuya lapha sasiya khona.
Because the same gentleman whom I was with in a Fortuna, I did not proceed with him.
Ngizombona futhi ekuthiwa hayi sayinana kunamaphepha engingawasayinanga sengingazi uqhamukaphi khona ukuthi wahamba ngani waya kuphi angimazi Nkosi enkantolo.
I only saw him when we were at that corner when he appeared, and I was informed that there were some documents which I did not sign.
So I'm moving to another aspect of my questioning. Are you now saying the man that got into that Fortuna that you met later on in the evening knew exactly what time you were at Morocco earlier on in the morning, to note 10 to 7 in the morning?
Manje ufuna ukuthi le ndoda ewuthi wena wawukade unayo emotweni yona yayikade yazi ukuthi bowufike ngobani isikhathi eMroka njengoba yena abhale ukuthi ufike ngemizuzu eyishumi ngaphambi kwehora lesikhombisa.
Nkosi enkantolo into engicabangayo leli phepha libhalwe nguyo lo libhale alibhalwa ngobongani.
My Lord, what I think is that this document was completed by whosoever. It was not completed by Bongani.
Ukuthi ubhala ukuthini ifuna yena le hayi mina ayikho into engiyibhalile la okwami leli phepha Nkosi enkantolo isignature namanje ngiyavuma phambi Nkosi enkantolo isignature ngiyavuma ngeforced ukuthi kuthiwa mangisayinele.
On whatever that person wrote, I do not know. What I know and confirm, it's a signature that I was forced to sign, my Lord.
We'll proceed. They will argue that point at a later stage. Let's proceed now. Now, take this court through to the stage where you were at that Baku in a toll gate.
Uthi ke lokho sizoqhubeka ngakho mase sebayidingida bona njengabameli. Ake uthathe inkantolo ke uma senilapha ya kule toll gate yebakwena.
Nkosi enkantolo masifika kwi toll gate siphuma ngeFortune. Iphume ngapha emoto leyo ehamba usayitshena umhana.
My Lord, when we got to that toll gate,
wafika wehlisa iwindi wakhuluma nomabhena ngoba imoto zase zimsonje eceleni kancane seyiphumile ku toll gate zase simso bakhuluma la ngefastela ngingabeza ukuthi bathini.
the Fortuna stopped at the side, and there was another vehicle, and then Mukhane and Mabena spoke as Mabena was on another vehicle, and I could not hear what they were saying.
emveni kwalokho nkosi enkantolo imoto yahamba yaze yangena e-cruise station le eRustenburg.
And then after that, the motor vehicle drove off until they went to the police station in Rustenburg.
I just want to clarify now. I'm not sure whether it was the interpretation thereof or is what you said. Was Mabena talking to Mokhane or Mabena was talking to someone else in the other vehicle?
Manje akucacise la uthi akazi ukuthi yimina otolike ngenye indlela noma uMabhena wayekade ekhuluma noMukhane noma uMabhena wayekade ekhuluma nomunye umuntu.
Nkosi enkantolo imoto mazimi kanje umhana ngithi ngapha kwa right.
My
Kule
lord.
ngapha imoto lo odrive imoto ngapha usayitshela umhola ngithi kule moto abahamba ngayo. So maye khuluma ukhuluma uhlisa ifastela awuthi wehlile emotweni ukhuluma uvele ngefastela bayakhuluma so.
My lord, as the motor vehicles, they were parked adjacent to each other. As Mukhani was speaking to Sergeant Mukhola, who was in another vehicle, the window had been taken down, and it's not like he had alighted the motor vehicle.
No, I wanted clarity on that.
Uthi bekafuna ukucaciselwa yona le ndaba.
Yes, and then the car arrived at the police station. Which police station is that?
Imoto yafika ke police station, ukhuluma ngayiphi police station?
Sikhuluma nge-police station yasePhukeng nkosi enkantolo.
We are referring to the Phukeng police station.
And then what happened there?
Kwayenzakalani lapho?
Masifika lapha safika sangena ngaphakathi nabo sonke.
We all went inside the police station,
Hayi ema-ofisini ngaphakathi egate lapho kuma-parking.
not yet in the offices, but we were now inside the premises of the police station by the gate.
Waphuma usayitsheni uMabhena nosayitsheni umhale baya kule moto le baphuma bonke ukuze ngibone nalo muntu lo ogqoka ama-crash band.
And then Sergeant Mabena and Sergeant Mukhani also went out of our vehicle and they went to that other car, and that's when I saw this other particular person.
Bakhuluma ke lapha phandle bekhuluma lapha kwaba khona imoto emveni ngalokho wehla usayitsheni umhale wahamba straight wakwangela lapho kwagcwele khona amaphoyisa ngaphakathi lapha ePhukeng.
They then spoke, and after that, Sergeant Mukhani went straight into the police station where there were other police officers in Phukeng.
Ukuthi wayethini kuwangazi.
I do not know what was he saying to other police officers.
My lord, will this be the perfect time to take the 15 minutes break? I see it's 11:27.
Okay, 15 minutes back.
At that place near the ATMs, there's something that was said. I don't know whether it was your evidence or it is the manner in which it was translated.
Uthi umshushisi sibuyele emuva lapha kule ndawo yama ATM akazi ukuthi mhlawumbe ubufakazi ophane ngabo noma yilento ebengikade ngimtolikele yona.
You said at that time you were held by Buthelezi and someone else. Can you describe that person?
Uthe bokade ubanjwe ubuthelezi nomunye ake umchaze lo omunye lo okhuluma ngaye.
ngishilo Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi wayenomzimba yizo ngeke ngimbona ebusweni ngoba wayefaka imask la ngeke ngikwazi ukumbona la ebusweni.
The particular person had a big body, however I could not see him on the face as he had a mask.
Because what I heard when I asked you this question, it was a white gentleman. So I
Ngoba
wanted it to be clarified.
uma ngisho na umshushisi uthi uzwe kanjalo naye ukuthi uthe umuntu wayekade emhlophe.
Nkosi enkantolo kune mask le eveza amehlo la lengathi phelela so esikwa so uyambona umuntu la emhlophe uthi lo mhlophe la mawumbuka la kusevela khona la.
My lord, there is that particular mask that shows only the eyes, and when you look right through towards the eye, you would be able to see that the particular person was white.
I wanted clarity on that. I thought maybe it was lost in translation, but it's fine. Let's proceed.
Uthi bekafuna ukucaciselwa khona lapho bekacanga ukuthi mhlawumbe ilahleke ngalesikhathi ngizobe ngiyitolika.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord.
So, whilst was still there, when you were held by that gentleman you've described and as well as Buthelezi, were you still in cuffs?
Ngalesikhathi ubanjwe yilomlisa lo othi wayekubambe nobuthelezi bo usafaswe izankosi.
Nkosi enkantolo ngangifaswe some izandla zami la azange ngathi ngifaswe so ngifaswa ngemuva izandla zami.
I was still in cuffs and the hands were at the back, my lord. I never said I was cuffed from the front.
And then when you were made to sign those documents, were the cuffs taken off at some stage?
Ngalesikhathi bathi usayine ke amaphepha lezankosi ziye zakhululwa.
Wakhiphe C1 Nkosi enkantolo sakwa right.
One of the cuffs were removed, especially the one which was on the right hand side.
Okay, fine. I just want to make sure that I ask you this question. Fingerprints, were they taken there at Orlando near those ATMs?
Manje uthi isithupha sithathwe laphaya khona eOrlando la bekade kunalama ATM.
Nkosi enkantolo ngisithatha isithupha khona Orlando babephethe lento le khona lento babephethe encane le encane le la wafika ivula khona kwathiwa ngesituphe songibekela.
Yes, my lord, it was taken in Orlando because that ink print was there in Orlando and they said I must put my fingerprint, and then that's when I had placed it.
Who was in possession of that particular item you're referring to?
Ubani lo bekade eyiphethe lento le ebathe ubeke isithupha kuyo.
Angithi Nkosi enkantolo mangishawa mina umabheno wafika wayivula phambi kwami ethi ngiyathelisa la beka la ubaba lo ebambela amaphepha la.
Mabena opened it as I was being assaulted and he was in front of me. He opened it and said I must put my thumbprint and then put it on the document.
So, lastly, the AVL indicates that the vehicle, the Toyota Fortuner, returned to Moroka police station at around 1616.
Manje ubufakazi lo be AVL bubonisa ukuthi imoto le ya Toyota Fortuner ibuyele emuva eMoroka isikhathi uma kukade kuyimizuzu e16 ngemva kwehora lesine.
Nkosi enkantolo mina isikhathi ngangenaso Nkosi enkantolo ngeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ngesikhathi.
I did not have a watch, my lord. I would not be able to comment on the time.
But can you comment on whether the assault did take place before this time?
Mhlawumbe ungakwazi ukuphawula ukuthi ushawe ngaphambi kwalesi sikhathi na?
Isikhathi ngangenaso Nkosi enkantolo.
I did not have a
Uma
watch.
mhlawumbe
my
isikhathi ngisiphethe Nkosi enkantolo ngizoyitshela into engcono ngesikhathi.
If I had a watch, I would be able to give a better version.
Let's proceed now to the stage where you're at Puking.
Asiqhubeke ke siye lapho kade usephukeni.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord.
Then it was a stage where Mokhane went in to speak to some police officials.
Ula ube kade uthe umkhani uye wangena wakhuluma namanye amaphoyisa.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo ungenile ngaphakathi ubaba uMhane waphinde ke waphuma de khona namaphoyisa waphuma weza la kuba uGinda babemkhona phandle.
Yes, my lord. Mr. Mokhane went in and spoke to certain police officers, and then he came back and spoke to Mr. Gininda as we were outside.
Emveni ngalokho Nkosi enkantolo kwangeniwe emotweni.
And after that, they went into the vehicles.
Ngayibona imoto zihamba ngoba ngangatshenwa ukuthi kiwe endlini but ngayibona imoto isijika isingena phakathi elokishini mayihamba iphuma endleleni lebheka kunenye indawo ethiwa iLuka.
And the vehicles drove off. I was not told that we were going to my place of residence, but I saw the motor vehicle going into the township, and there is a place called Luka.
Yangena Nkosi enkantolo ngendlela lestrada esesibheka endlini yami phevile lebheka estrada kuhamba khona amateksi ngasendlini yami.
And the motor vehicle went into the street which was going towards my place of residence.
Kodwa mina angifikanga ngasendlini ngoba imoto bayimisa la kunestrada esehlaya esibheke ezathi sibheke esiporo kunesiporo bohamba khona itrain letha ethatha istofu semayini.
However, my lord, I did not get to the house. There is a certain street which goes towards the railway lane, and then the motor vehicles were stopped there.
Masifika lapho Nkosi enkantolo behla ke bahamba bangawa ngangibabuka mabehamba ngangibabuka phela lapha kunama light lamade ngangibabuma behamba bebheka le ngapha engihlala ngakhona.
And when we got there, my lord, I saw them walking as there are Apollo lights.
Ukuthi yini enzeka ke Jaldini angazi Nkosi enkantolo.
I do not know what happened in the yard, my lord.
Ngoba wabuya umkhani mina sebebuya sengitshena ukuthi hayi sithola nakhe endlini yakhe akaze ngubone ngamehlo ngoplastic omnyama ena khona 80 kimi sithola nakhe endlini yami akaze ngikubone lonto lena manje.
And he then came back, Mokhani, having a black plastic in his hand, and he shook it, my lord, saying to me, "This is what we have found in your house," and I did not see what was in that black plastic.
Mabeqeda lapho Nkosi enkantolo kwaphinde kwangeniwe emontweni kwabuyela emuva police station.
And after that, my lord, they went into the vehicles and went back to the police station.
Sergeant Mokhane and Sergeant Mkhula testified before this court that when they went inside your house, you were present as well.
Usergeant Mokhani no Sergeant Mkhula bathe bona uma bephana ngobufakazi la bathe uma beya endlini kwakho bokhona nawo.
Nkosi enkantolo ngamanga la Nkosi enkantolo.
Those are blatant lies, my lord.
They indicated that they went inside your house and then they started to search and then they found ammunition.
Bathi bona bangenile endlini uma bephuthuza lapha endlini bathola inhlamvu.
Ngamanga Nkosi enkantolo lona iqiniso le.
That is incorrect, my lord.
And as a result, you are arrested now for the possession of unlicensed ammunition.
Bese ke wena kulaye ukuthi uye waboshwa uboshelwa ukuthi wawukade uneinhlamvu ezingekho emthethweni.
Ngoba kwakusho bona Nkosi enkantolo kwangasho mina kodwa inhlamvu mina ngiyibonanga namhlanje lokho.
As they were saying, my lord, it was not said by myself, and those ammunition, I did not see them to date.
And Brigadier Gininda also testified before this court that on the night in question he was there, however he did not go inside the premises.
Ubrigadier Gininda naye uthe ngalolo suku wayekade ekhona kodwa akazange angene endlini.
Angimazi endlini Nkosi enkantolo kwangena angithi mina ungishiye emotweni uhambile yena nalabo hamba nabo uMabhena noSergeant Mkhula noMkhane nalo baba amaClassband ukuthi endlini bangena labangena ngamina ngazi.
I do not know, my lord, who went into the house as they had left me in the motor vehicle and they went with the gentleman that was wearing braces.
And then he testified further that the suspect went in with the members inside these premises.
Uthi ke yena uye washo ukuthi umsolwa uhambe nabo endlini.
amanga Nkosi enkantolo.
That's a lie, my lord.
And then now you are arrested. You are taken back to that police station. Can you tell the court what happened when you arrived at Phukengi police station?
Manje ke sowuboshiwe ke wabuyiselwa khona e-police station yasePhukeng ake usichazisele ukuthi kuye kwayenzakalani.
Nkosi enkantolo masifika e-police station bengihlele emotweni behlile yena usayitshena umhani ngishiyeke noMabhena but wangena ngaphakathi nosayitshena umhula ngaphakathi lapha ngoba une glass ngangibabwa ngingaphandle imoto yayibuka iglass bengaphakathi ngayo ukuthini babeyibhala ngazi Nkosi enkantolo.
My lord, we went back to the police station, and when we arrived, then Sergeant Mukhula and Sergeant Mukhani went out of the vehicles and they proceeded into the police station. There is a glass there and I saw them. I do not know what were they writing.
Mayebuya lapho Nkosi enkantolo ubuye senginika nalo iphepha namanje lele ngiliphethe ngithi lona phepha enganikwa lona lokho ngaboshwa leli. Wathi nama ngisayine kuleli phepha le.
And when he came back, he then presented me with this document, which I still have, and that is the document that I'm maintaining that I was given, and I still have it to date, and I was instructed to sign that document.
Wangitshela ukuthi ke uyangicharge uthole inhlamvu zesibhamu endlini yami ngalokho ngimbuza ukuthi ziphi lezo nhlamvu lezo mina ungikhombisa zona amandla kaze ngiyibone Nkosi enkantolo.
And he told me that I am being charged for possession of unlicensed firearm and unlicensed ammunition, my lord, and I asked him where were those ammunition, as I have never seen them even to date.
Okay, let's pause there. When they went to your premises, did they tell you what were they looking for?
Manje uma beya laphaya kuwe endlini baye bakutshela ukuthi bebafuna.
Akazange bangitshela Nkosi enkantolo.
No, they did not tell me, my lord.
They did not mention that they were looking for a hoodie?
Abazange bakutshela ukuthi bebakade befuna hoodie.
Lokho Nkosi enkantolo ngokuqala emakhuluma la.
I only heard that as it was testified in court.
Okay, proceed now. That document was given to you.
Qhubeka ke bakunika leyo ncwadi.
Maye nginika le ncwadi uMabhena wayithatha wayibuka.
And when he gave me this document, Mabhena took it and looked at it.
Wasengitshela ukuthi leli phepha leli uma ngayanga enkantolo ngomsombuluko kuzoba kuchaza ukuthi ishuthi anginacala ngathi mina ngathi liphi leli linye ngicharge ngalo ngoJune 16 ngoba phela nalo sungichargele angiyile enkantolo.
And then he informed me that if I do not appear in court by Monday, then it would mean I was found not guilty. And then I asked him, where is the initial document which I was charged on the 16th of June?
Namhlanje Nkosi enkantolo akaze ngiyithola impendulo.
And to date, I did not get a response.
Was that interaction you had with Mabhena ever put to either Sergeant Mukhula or Sergeant Mukhani?
Manje lenkulumo le ewube nayo noMabhena uye watshelwa na uSergeant Mukhula noma uSergeant Mukhani ngalesikhathi bela enkantolo.
That's an unfair question. Why will it be told to third parties? Because Mabhena, who had the interaction with the witness, is deceased. So why will that version be put to Mukhula and Mabhena? Do you know if they were not privy to that conversation? As the court pleases now.
Mr. Sibande.
We can't bring Mabhena to court to testify. That is the only way to test such a version by people that were there on a date in question. But I'll move along, my lord. Yes? Did he explain the contents of that document to you?
Uye wachazisela ukuthi leyo ncwadi le bakunike yona ithini.
Angithi Nkosi enkantolo umuntu mayephethe incwadi so ethi uma kuphela angisazi ukuthi makuphela isikhathi esingakanani ungayile enkantolo kwa computer unacala kusho yena utshena mina ngithi incwadi iphethwe ngoni.
My lord,
Isilungu angisazi Nkosi enkantolo.
as he was in possession of that document, he had told me, I just could not remember, I just cannot remember how long did he specify that if I do not appear before a magistrate, then it would mean I am not guilty, as he had the document and it was written in English and I do not know English, my lord.
So before you placed your signature on that document, you did well by informing me that you do not understand English.
Uthi wenze kahle ngokumcacisela ukuthi awusazi isingesi.
Were you forced to sign that document?
Ngaphambi kokuthi usayine leyo ncwadi le ewuyiphethe baye bakuphoqelela ukuthi uyisayine na.
Kosenkantolo akangiphoqanga ngithi uthi uyangitshatha ungitshanjele inhlamvu zesibhamu ngizothini mina ngithi uthi uyithole endlini ngimbuthe endlini ungene nobani ukhiye uthathe.
My Lord, I was not forced. He just informed me that I am being charged for possession of ammunition, and that ammunition was found in my house. And I asked him, how did he gain entry into my house, and who did he go into my house with?
Ngoba yena utshena mina ngimbuze yena utshena mina
Because he was telling me, I was not asking him,
ukuthi ngiyakuthatha ngitshatshele inhlamvu zesibhamu.
telling me that I'm being charged for possession of ammunition.
So my point is, there was no pressure on your side to sign that document which you do not know the contents.
Uthi ke umshushisi indaba yakhe nayila kwakade kungenayo ingcindezi eyokuthi wena usayine incwadi ongayazi.
Wayengitshela nkosenkantolo ngangizothini mina nkosenkantolo.
I was being told, my Lord, what was I supposed to say?
And there were no threats at that stage.
Futhi bekungenako ukukuthusela.
Kosenkantolo mangizothi sayina la ngithole iteso endlini yakho ngizothini mina kahle kahle.
My Lord, when a document is presented to me and I am instructed to sign that there are things that were found in my house, what was I supposed to say?
Ngiyethemba ngaphambi kosenkantolo azange ngithi umhano ngisabisile.
I believe even here in court, I never said Mohani threatened me.
It's fine, let's proceed.
Uthi kulungile asiqhubeke.
Do you remember when I was asking you questions regarding what happened there at that place near the dumping area?
Usakhumbula ngalesikhathi umshushisi ekubuza imibuzo ukuthi kwenzakeleni ngakule ndawo la kulahlwa khona izinto.
Zimbili indawo esikhuluma ngazo nganoma yipi yokuqala ngicela phambi kosenkantolo.
There are two areas that we are referring to. Can you please explain to
With
me which one?
ATMs.
Uthi le nama ATM.
Yebo nkosenkantolo.
Yes, my Lord.
And then when you were made to sign documents that you did not know,
Ngalesikhathi beze bebethi usayina amaphepha ongawazi.
Ngangeke vele nkosenkantolo ngasayina amaphepha engingawazi mina.
Yes, my Lord, I was not going to sign documents which I did not know.
I wanted to bring that under attention. Let's proceed now. Now, Mabena gives you that document, and then you sign for it. What happened next?
Bese ke uMabhena uyakunika leyo ncwadi leyo wayisayina kwayenzakalani ngemva kwalokho.
Nkosenkantolo ngiyethemba la phambi kwakho nkosenkantolo ngithe umhani wathi indoda sayina la ngithole inhlamvu zesibhamu endla yakho angithi usho njalo.
My Lord, I believe I have just said Mohani informed me that I should sign as they got ammunition in my house. That's what he said.
So leli phepha lela khuluma ngalo umshushisi angilisayina ngoba akangitshelanga ukuthi yini le.
So that document which the state is informing me about, I did not sign because I was not told what was there.
Ngoba ngize ngasayina ngenkani ukuze ngibeke isignature yami.
Because I ended up signing it forcefully.
Which document now that you signed?
Ukhuluma ngayiphi incwadi ke
Angithi
manje?
ukwenza umzekelo ngendaba yase nkosenkantolo benza umzekelo ngendaba yase Orlando ngithi.
My Lord, the state was making an example with regards to the place in Orlando.
Yes. So which document were you forced to sign?
Eyiphi incwadi ebakuphoqa ukuthi uyisayine?
Sikhuluma ngencwadi yase Orlando la ngafoster khona.
The document in Orlando where I was forced to sign.
Okay. Were you ever taken to the police cells at Puking?
Uye wayisiwa na emaselini ePhukeng?
Akaze ngene emaseleni nkosenkantolo.
No, I was never placed in the cells in Phukeng.
There's an exhibit PP before this honorable court, which is the occurrence book, exhibit PP1 and cell register exhibit PP2 of Phokeng Police Station dated 19 June 2020.
Kunobufakazi oyikuthi incwadi ebekade ibhalwe esiphoyiseni eyikuthi yona ibhalwe esiphoyiseni sasePhokeng. Ubufakazi buka PP1.
Yebo.
Yes.
And it says at 0040 at Saturday 20 June 2020, suspect detained, Detective Sergeant Mokhane of National Cold Case Investigation, detained cell 294 of 0620 Bongani Sandison Tanzi on Phokeng case 118 of 620, possession of live ammunition, notice of rights as per 14A number S094724, read and explained to the accused and understood and detained with no injuries, correctly detained by Sergeant Mokhane.
Incwadi leyo ithi ngeyi-20 zika June 2020 wena uye wafakwa emaseleni wasePhokeng ulethwe uSergeant Mokhane ebekade ethwese icala leyinhlamvu ezingekho emthethweni. Wena ufakwe khona lapho kulawo masele wawukade ungalimelanga futhi ufakwe ukuyisimo esilungile. Baye bachazisela amalungelo wakho, wena wathi uyawazwisisa futhi waphinda wawasayinela na.
Nkosi enkantolo, namanje ngisaphinda akaze ngene emaseleni eRustenburg mina.
My Lord, I still repeat, I was never placed in the cells in Rustenburg.
Nkosi enkantolo masingena lapha nephepha leli anginika lona ngirisayinele ngihleli la wavula umnyango emotweni. Uma bhene ehlele ngaphambili ngasayina azange ngene emaseleni namanje ngiyaphinda lokho phambi Nkosi enkantolo.
My Lord, I still repeat that even when we got there, this particular document that I have in my possession, I signed for that document whilst I was inside the motor vehicle and the door was opened for me to sign, and Mabena was also seated in that motor vehicle. I never went into the cells.
And then the cell register, serial number 294 Bongani Sandison Tanzi, confirming that you were indeed detained in those particular cells.
Kuthiwa ke iregister yalapha emaseleni yangalelo langa yayikade ibhalwe 294 ethi uBongani uSindiso Ntanzi wayekade ekulawo masele waseRustenburg.
Ngamanga la Nkosi enkantolo.
That's a lie, my Lord.
Ngoba Nkosi enkantolo manje ngiyasho lapha ePhokeng ngiyayazi ngicertify khona mangihlambe ngiyokwenza njenge ID copy certify khona na police station certify kuyo.
Because I know Phokeng Police Station, my Lord, that is where I normally go and certify documents whenever I need to certify my ID copies.
Mawungaphandle Nkosi enkantolo uyambona umuntu ongaphakathi iclass lapho uyambona.
When you are outside, you are able to see a person who is inside as there is a glass.
Usayitshena umkhano usayitshena umhula babebeka amabhuku la behlele etuleni bebhala bona ngibabuka into abayibhala ukuthi babebhala ukuthina ngazi akaze ngene emaseleni Nkosi enkantolo.
Sergeant Mokhane and Sergeant Mukhola were seated there. They also had books and they were writing themselves. I was never placed in any cell in Phokeng.
And then, according to the cell register, you were later transferred to Primrose Subs for detention, exhibit QQ.
Ukuya ngayo le register yasemaseleni asePhokeng ithi yona uye wathathwa ke wayisiwa esiphoyiseni sasePrimrose.
Nkosi enkantolo ngilethiwe khona lapha eGola ngazi ukuthi okuyiphi police station kodwa ukuthi mina ngangena emaseleni eRustenburg hayi ngamanga hlaza Nkosi enkantolo.
My Lord, I was indeed brought to a police station in Johannesburg. However, I do not know the name of that police station. The fact that I was placed in cells in Rustenburg, those are blatant lies, my Lord.
Okay. Before that, at 0045 on the 20th of June, now on exhibit PP1 again. Prisoner transferred to Primrose Subs. Detective Sergeant Mokhane took cell 294 of 620 Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi as per Phokeng case 118 of 6/2020, possession of live ammunition with no visible injuries, correctly received by Sergeant Mokhane.
Kuthiwa ke isikhathi uma bekusele imizuzu eyishumi nanhlanu ngaphambi kwehora lokuqala ntathakusa ngazo i-20 zika June uSergeant Mukhani uye wakuthatha kwakade ikhasi number kwekwi 1186 yaka 2020 wakuthatha laphayana emaselini wasephukeni ekuyisa Primrose wena wawukade ungalimalanga.
Kosenkantolo ngithi into yayibhalwa nguye ukube mhlambe khona umuntu oweza kimi wazongibuza mina ngangizomtshela mina ukuthi ngishaye.
My Lord, that is what was written by him. If there was someone that came to me and asked me, I was going to inform that person that I was assaulted.
Manje akekho umuntu owangibuza mina iphoyisa la khona ema-police station lazongibona ngoba yonke into amtho sengikhulume kaningi laphambi kwasenkantolo ukuthi alikho iphoyisa mina elake langivulela la ngisemaseleni engithola la kuleso police station ngisuke ngeniswa kuye nguye umhani ongivulela ngiye phakathi.
And my Lord, there is not even a single police officer from all the cells which I was placed in that came and opened for me. It was always Mukhani who was placing me inside the cells.
What is important from this piece of evidence is that there were no injuries that were noted
Uthi
in this particular entry.
into ebalekile kuzo zonke izinto ezilibele zikhulunywa la manje ukuthi akuzange kubhalwe ukuthi wawukade ulimele.
Kosenkantolo into engithandayo ukuthi mina kaze ngibuze kube mhlambe ngabuza namanje ngabe kubhaliwe mhlambe kube wayithana ngoba kwakubhala yena kaze ngibuze mina.
My Lord, what I like is that I was never asked, and if I would have been asked, then I was going to explain, but none of them asked me.
If you were asked to state your injuries, which injuries are you going to state?
Kube uye wabuzwa wawukade uzobatshela ngakuphi ukulimala.
Ngizobakutshela Nkosenkantolo ngokufaka uplastic ekhanda nalokudlwa ama-handcuff izandla ziyavuvukala Nkosenkantolo mawufaka ama-handcuff mawulokhu ushaya ama-handcuff dryer lapha ezandleni.
I was going to mention the part that I was choked with a plastic and also show them my wrists that they were swollen, as when handcuffs are placed on the wrist and they are moved from one place to another, they get the wrists get swollen, my Lord.
Now let us proceed now. Primrose subs around 4:30. Prisoner received. Warrant officer Mukwena received 1 unit as per Bongani Ntanzi SAP 14136 of 6/2020 on Pukengi case 118 of 6/2020 SAP 14A as 09472484 from Sergeant Mukhani from National Investigations Pretoria, and then his number is also put there and then he signed.
Manje ke kwabhalwa ke uma kufikwa ePrimrose ukuthi isikhathi kwakade kuyimizuzu ema-30 ngaphambi kwehora lesihlanu ekuseni la ukuthi iphoyisa warrant officer uMukwena uyena owafikela kuye wena ulethwa uSergeant Mukhani naye wabhala ukuthi bokade ungalimalanga uma ufika esiphoyiseni sasePrimrose.
Kosenkantolo ngicela ukuphinda ngicacise lethu ngoba khona lapha angathi azizwane konke. Kosenkantolo mina mangifika mhlawumbe ngongenisiwe police station bengehliswa ngihambe nomhani straight bengifika ngihlala emotweni nomabhena uMr Mhani angene ngaphakathi.
My Lord, may I please explain, because it seems like we are not getting each other here. Whenever I would arrive at a police station, I would remain in the motor vehicle and Mukhani would then go into the police station.
Ukuthi ngaphakathi wenzani angemazi uyobuya ke mesebiza umabhena ethi akangivulele ngivulelwe ngimlandele ngemuva ayakovula lesele ngiyakuya ngene phakathi ukuthi ngangihamba nephoyisa lisebenza khona la azange aqondana nalonto leyo Nkosenkantolo.
And my Lord, I do not know what was he doing or saying in that police station, and then he would later come back and instruct Mabena to take me out of the vehicle, and I would follow them as they are taking me to those cells, and he is the one, Mukhani, who was opening those cells. There is not even a single time when a police officer from that particular police station that came to me or even opened a cell for me.
So you're saying the same pattern that happened in Pretoria North also happened at Primrose?
Uthi into eyenzakele ePretoria North iqhubeke yayenzeka nase Primrose.
Kosenkantolo ngithi onke ama-police station oba nakhona lapha eVereri yengize ngaphumela khona ngeyi-1 ekaMashi ngiqala ukuyongena ejele eRustenburg 2021 azange avulelwa iphoyisa Nkosenkantolo
My lord,
esebenza khona.
I am mentioning all these police stations, even in Valeria, the one which I had to move on the 1st of March, all this pattern was followed. There is not even a single time when when a cell was opened for me by a police officer that
Su-
works in that police station.
Sunday, 2020-06-21, entry was made, suspect charged, Sergeant Mokhale, it says Sergeant Mokhale, from National Cold Cases Investigation, charged 1 black male suspect, Bongani Ntanzi, for court, contact, his contact number as per SAPS 14-136, 06-2020, Pukeng Kes 118 of 6-2020.
Kuye kwabhalwa futhi na ukuthi nge-21 zika June 2020 uye wayisiwa khona police station ubokade uyiselwa leliya cala lasePhukeng case number 118 yaka June 2020.
Angisacela ungiphindela.
Kuthiwa kuye uye wayisiwa kwenye police station nge-21 zika June 2020 ubokade uyiselwa leliya cala lasePhukeng lokuba nezinhlamvu ezingekho emthethweni.
No, it's still the same police station.
Kusase yiyo leyo police station Primrose are you referring?
Yes.
Uthi kusase yiyo leyo police station yase Primrose ubekade ulapho nange-21 zika June.
Yebo ngiyeza Nkosenkantolo bayite efundwa lapha mina ngeke ngiphawula ngento ebhalwe la.
Yes, my lord, I hear as that is what is being read. For me, I would not be able to comment on what is read.
And then that was in 22:50, and then an hourly cell visit was conducted by Sergeant Kaba and Constable Makutu. Units in the 10 units in custody, no complaints.
Futhi isikhathi ke bekuyimizuzu eyishumi ngaphambi kwehora leshumi nanye ebusuku la ukuthi ufakwe lapho kulelo cell futhi bebalibele beza bezokuvakashela bezokuhlola amaphoyisa kwakade kuno Sergeant Kaba no Sergeant Makut la ukuthi bebakade belibele beza bezokuhlola kulelo cell ihora nehora.
Nkosenkantolo ngamanga lawo lento yokuhlolwa emaseleni ngithe mina ngiqale ejele namanje ngiyaphinde eRamshana lapha eHosi Mapolo njengoba nayo izolo ngilalile nje ubelokho evulile umuntu ekucheck ukuthi uright unesikhalo ngithi cha.
My lord, that point of hourly visits, it's a lie. As I have stated that I firstly started seeing that in prison when I went to a prison in Northwest and even in Posimampuru. Even yesterday, my lord, I was checked. The door was opened and I was asked if I had any complaints and I said no. Then that's when they closed.
Azange ngaqondana nalo nto Nkosenkantolo police station.
At the police station, there was never such, my lord.
In all the police stations that you were kept at.
Kuwo wonke ama-police station labo kade uhleli kuwo.
Ngikhuluma ngama police station ayi4 ngihlale kuwo mina.
I'm referring to 4 police stations which I was kept at.
So all these entries regarding no injuries, no complaints cannot be true.
Shukuthi konke la kubhalwe ukuthi wawukade ungena sikhalazo wawukade ungalimalanga akusiqiniso.
Akulona Nkosenkantolo ngoba zange ngibuziwe mina Nkosenkantolo.
It is not true, my lord, as I was not asked.
Futhi nokubhala kwayo akaze ngiyibone ibhala phambi la kuthiwa ngimile ngiyayibuka iyabhala.
And even when that particular document was written, it was never written in front of me. Was never there when it was completed.
What is worrisome, for instance, in Primrose, there were 10 units inside that cell, and then there was noted no complaints.
Uthi into eyikuthi iyenza ukuthi umuntu akwa acabange futhi lo muntu loyo abe nento angazibuza yona ukuthi akuzange kubhalwe ukuthi kwakade unesikhalazo nakhona ePrimrose.
Nkosenkantolo ingoba akekho umuntu oweza ke mwazongibuza.
My lord, it's because there is no one that came to me to ask.
Namanje Nkosenkantolo ngoba lo wasejele bengibuza izolo ukuthi ngiright nangathi ngiright ukube ngithe kuye ngiyagula. Ngizoqala esibhedlela qala bese ngifika ngisho nje ngiqala esibhedlela ngoba ngiyagula.
And even now, my lord, as the prison official came and asked me yesterday that I was fine. If I had a complaint and told him perhaps that I'm sick, I was going to firstly be transferred to the hospital, and then when I come to court, I would be able to explain that I started at the hospital first.
So I am saying that entry was not only directed to you only, it was directed to 10 other units inside that particular cell.
Uthi akusukuthi lokho kwakade kubhalelwe wena wedwa. Kunamanye ama-unit ayikuthi wayekade ebhaliwe amanye ayishume khona laphayana e-police station.
Mina ngiyibonanga Nkosi enkantolo ngeke ngiphawula ngento engayibonanga Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi ibhalwe kuyiphi indawo ibhalwe kuyiphi office ngeke ngiphawula ngento engayibonanga Nkosi enkantolo.
I did not see that, my lord. I would not be able to comment on what I did not see.
And these entries were made by independent police officers, independent from the investigations, by putting their names there.
Futhi leyo mibhalo iyenzwe amaphoyisa azimele, amaphoyisa angaphenyi kuleli cala.
As the court insists, my lord, that's an inaccurate mischaracterization of evidence.
It's what?
Mischaracterization of evidence, because according to his testimony in Rustenburg, as he read my learned colleague, those entries were made by Mohani, and he is related, is involved in this investigation.
Please, Mr. Pidi, this prosecutor is referring to Primrose. Is that not so, sir?
I'm referring to Primrose. Even on the question of
Rustenburg, maybe whatever happened.
Pukeng,
happened.
it is not Mohani who made those
Hello?
entries.
As the court persists.
Yeah.
Uthi ke umshushisi ukhuluma nge-Primrose. Ukuthi kubhale amaphoyisa ahlukile, amaphoyisa angaphenyi kule cala. Yibona bekade bebhala ukuthi ulethiwe awulimalanga futhi awunazo ikhalazo.
Nkosi enkantolo nakaze ngiwabone lawo maphoyisa.
My lord, I never saw those police officers.
Futhi alikho iphoyisa leza kimi lazothi lizongibuza ukuthi nginesikhalo nalikho Nkosi enkantolo.
And there is no police officer that came to me asking me if I had any complaints.
On the objection of your counsel, say, even at Pukeng, the person who made that entry is not Sergeant Mohani. He only signed where he's supposed to sign.
Uthi futhi nanjengoba ummeli wakho ephakama uthi nasephukeni akusiyo uSergeant Mohani obhale yonke le yanto ukuthi wena ulethiwe ungalimalanga ulethiwe ungenazo ikhalazo. uSergeant Mohani yena usayinile kuphela kusho ukuthi kubhale iphoyisa elasephukeni.
But be fair to the witness, which policeman in Pukeng annotated that so that it's a complete report, as you allege?
My lord, we will check with the original occurrence book. I'll get back to that point. The extra that I have does not say who is that particular police officer.
Okay.
Yes.
Uthi uzokubhekela ukuthi eliphi iphoyisa elibhale le ephukeni bese uyabuya akutshele kodwa usazobheka.
Now, let's go to the events of the 22nd of June 2020.
Asiyeke kwizinto ezenzakele nge-22 zika June 2020.
Do you have the copy of the charge sheet there?
Charge sheet.
Exhibit RR.
No. No.
on this aspect, my first question is, were you booked out from Primrose Subs to Phokeng Magistrate Court on the 22nd day of June 2020?
Umshushisi ufuna ukwazi ukuthi uye wakhishwa na esiphoyiseni sase Primrose uyisiwa enkantolo yase Phokeng.
Ngethemba Nkosi enkantolo ngikhulumile nalapho ukuthi sahamba saya khona mala ngitshenanga ukuthi ngangiyako. Masifika lapha kwakuvalwe ngedanger tape la abade begcwele ngaphandle. Masifika khona umkhani wangena ngaphakathi ephethe ifile lela ngathi le brown le wangena ngaphakathi.
I believe, my lord, I have already testified that I was booked out and we then went to that court, and I was not told where were we going to. And when we arrived, the place was cordoned off, and there were people that were picketing, and Mukhani then went in, having in his possession a brown file.
Wabuya lapho wakhuluma nomapena wangitshela ukuthi lapha icourt lena kuthiwa kune corona la ngeniwa ngaphakathi.
And when he came back, he spoke to Mapena, and Mapena then informed me that there was COVID in that place. It is a court and people are not allowed to enter.
Thank you. Just before we get there, there was an entry made on the 22nd, 7:15 in the morning, escort duties, Detective Sergeant Mukhane from National Cold Cases escorted 1 unit as per SAP 14-136-06-2020, Bongani Ntanzi, case 118 of 6-2020. He was taken to Hlabane Magistrate Court.
Uthike buye kwabhalwa futhi ukuthi ngalo lelo langa i-22 zika June isikhathi kwakade kuyimizuzu e15 ngemva kwehora lesikhombisa ekuseni la ukuthi uye wayisiwa wena enkantolo yaseTlhabani.
So when you arrive at that particular place where it was cordoned off, and then you were told that there's outbreak of corona, what happened there?
Ithe manifika ke kuleyo ndawo la ukuthi uye watsho ukuthi yayikade ifakwe i-tape kwathiwa ukuthi kwakade kunalo bhubhane we-COVID-19 kuye kwenzakalani khona lapho.
Nkosi enkantolo masifika khona akaze ngiphume emontweni mina ngoba wonke ngisho ama truck la ayegcwele ibosha ngoba ngangibuka ayepake ngaphandle asikho i-truck umuntu owangena lapha kwangena kuphela iphoyisa.
My lord, when we arrived there, I was not taken out of the motor vehicle, as even when I peeped through the window, even all the other trucks that had prisoners, there is no prisoner who was taken into court. It's only the police officer that went in.
Usayitshela umkhane wabuya nomuntu ayehamba naye wathi lo muntu ayanguye lona nawe ehlisiwe into mabhena wathi ayanguye lo waphinda babela ngaphakathi ukuthi kwakwenziwani mina ngazi Nkosi enkantolo.
Sergeant Mukhani then came back with a particular person, then a window was opened and it was asked that is this the particular person, and that person confirmed. I do not know what were they talking about.
Was that particular person a male or a female person?
Lo muntu lo obuye ehamba noMukhani kwakade kuyindoda noma kwakade kumuntu wesifazane.
Ngigcina ngimazi Nkosi enkantolo emveni esikhathi kokuqhubeka kwecala ukuthi umshushisi la.
I later knew the person, my lord, as a prosecutor.
And then let us go to the appearances of the 22nd day of June 2020.
Asiyeke la ukuthi ne navela nge-22 sika June 2020 avela enkantolo.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord.
According to this document, on page 1, there's where accused number 1, okay, the accused elected legal aid in this particular proceedings.
Uthike ukuya ngayo le phepha kubhalwe ukuthi umsolwa uye wacela ukuthi amelwe abameli be legal aid laba bangakhokhela.
Nkosi enkantolo akaze ngiphume emontweni mina futhi nalo mmele ngeke ngimkhomba ukuthi nangu ummele nga-appeara naye phambi kweNkosi enkantolo.
My lord, I was never taken out of the vehicle, and I would not even be able to point at that particular legal aid representative that the court is talking about.
And then the matter was adjourned, you were kept in custody, no bail. The magistrate
Icala.
also signed.
Icala liye lahlethiselwa emuva futhi wena bokade usasengaphakathi esitokisini unganikangwa ibail.
Kangena ngavele Nkosi enkantolo ibail ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Yes, my lord, I did not have
Futhi
bail.
akaze ngizokhulunywa nangayo nje.
I did not have bail at that time, and I never had.
Ngoba ngena ngana nongena ngaphakathi angehlalele emontweni.
I never had anything being mentioned with regards to bail, as I also did not go inside court. I was seated in the motor vehicle.
And then we'll come back to this. After this particular appearance, what happened?
Ngemva kwalokho ke kuye kwenzakalani njengoba uthi awuvelanga umshushisi yena athi uvelile enkantolo kwenzakeleni?
Nkosi enkantolo khona lapha engilahleka khona kancane mayizothi angivelanga enkantolo. Angithi mina enkantolo angenanga ngaphakathi endawo ukuthi one corona.
My lord, there is somewhere where I'm getting confused, as the state says I did not appear in court, as I did not go inside since there was COVID-19.
I said, what happened after this particular court appearance?
Uthi umshushisi kwenzakeleni ke ngemva kokuthi usewubuya khona kwamantshi?
Nkosi enkantolo mayisuke umkhane ephuma ngaphakathi la ungenile emontweni.
After Mr. Mkhane has went in, he came back and went into the motor vehicle.
Wajikisa imoto yabheka lapha esiqhama ngakhona wehla futhi wakhuluma noJonathan ngoba ngang-escort ngoJonathan ngalolo langa lelo Nkosi enkantolo.
He made a U-turn and the vehicle faced from where we were coming from, and he spoke to Jonathan as I was being escorted by Jonathan at that point.
Wakhuluma nabo.
He spoke to them.
Ngayibona imoto mayisuka zangena indlela le ebheka kuphi ebheka ngathi ibheka le ngasephukeni lendlela le ehamba toti izophumela eLuka.
And then the motor vehicles drove off towards Puking until they got to Luka.
Ngayibona singena kwenye indawo ke yakhiwa hle egcwele abantu zangena imoto phakathi and zaye zafeza paka ngemuva ngale ma parking.
And the motor vehicle then went into a certain place where there were people, and it was a well-built place, and then the motor vehicles parked there.
Masifika kuma parking ke wasehla futhi ke wahamba wangena ngaphakathi ngangazi ukuthi uyakuphi phela mina ngangazi ukuthi kiwa bayikho into engitshena yona ukuthi ndoda manje sifuna indaba so futhi azange angibuze njengomuntu owazi Rustenburg ezinye indawo ukuthi sikuphi kukuphi la akaze angibuze nithi.
And when we got there, Mkhane went out and went in that place, as I was not told or asked on where were we going. Since I was a person that was familiar with Rustenburg, I was not asked on what were we or where were we going to.
Okay, you earlier testified a few days ago that Mkhane was this person, when you looked at him, he seemed as if he was worried, and as a result, he kept on asking if you were okay. Do you remember that evidence?
Usakhumbula ukuthi wena uthe uMkhane wayekade ebukeka njengomuntu okhathazekile, ubekade elibele ekubuza ukuthi wena ulungile na?
Ngiyethemba Nkosi enkantolo lapho ekade ngibuzelanga ngangishaya ngalokho engibuza ukuthi ngiright nengibukala.
I believe, my lord, he was asking, as I was being assaulted, that am I okay?
You further took it further, that even at the time you were driving, he would look you through the mirror and ask if you were okay, sir. Did you forget that?
Uthe
evidence?
futhi ubekade ngalesikhathi elibele shayela imoto wayekade enokubuka nangesibuko ekubuza ukuthi u-right na.
Ngikushilo Nkosi enkantolo ngoba ngangade ngiqeda ukushawa ngalesikhathi etshela uMabhena ethi yekela ngidimana.
Yes, my lord, I did mention that, and at that time it was after I was being assaulted, and that's when he told Mabena that leave this person, interpreted as Yegelani Dima.
So, on your way from Primrose to Tlhabane Court, did he ask if you were okay?
Manje uma nisuka ePrimrose niya enkantolo yaseTlhabane uye wakubuza ukuthi u-right na.
Azange sikhulume nesikhosi senkantolo.
We did not speak to each other.
And then now he gets to this place that you were describing. What is this place that you were trying to describe?
Manje senifika kule ndawo le ewichazayo yini le ndawo le ewichazayo manje?
Ngithole sengingaphakathi kwesenkantolo ukuthi isibhedlela.
I just realized when I was there that it was a hospital, my lord.
And then what transpired inside that hospital?
Kwenzakeleni khona lapho esibhedlela?
Masifika khona kwesenkantolo umkhana ungelela ngithi ngaphakathi wabuya wangibiza bangivulele ubuthelezi ngavula ngobuthelezi emuntweni nga. Kwahamba yena phambili beza ubuthelezi umabhena naye eza ngemuva ngalandela umkhana apha kuthiwa ngiwe khona.
When we got there, my lord, Mukhani went in and later came back, and then Buthelezi opened the door for me, and they followed me as we were directed by Mukhani.
Did you reach your destination?
Ugcine senifikile la beniya khona?
Yebo singenile ngaphakathi.
Yes, we went inside, my lord.
What happened?
Bayenzakalani?
Ngafike ngama kwesenkantolo la.
I waited there.
Waseke engitshena usisi lo ngangithi ngangimuzwa kancane ngelanguage yezulu ethi mangilale la embedeni.
And a certain lady whom I heard her speaking Zulu, she instructed me to lie on the bed.
Waseke eshova lento engathi ngumshini wase kufika komunye oyawubhutinyana nje wafika wasonta naye wakhanyisa akathi angikhamise ekhanyisa umlomo wami amazinyo la ngaphakathi.
And there is a certain machine which was brought towards me, and I was instructed to open up my mouth, which I did, and that machine was lit on my mouth.
Maye qeda lapho kwesenkantolo wathi mangisukuma ngasukuma futhi ngihamba.
Then later I was instructed to stand up, which I did.
Baseke bekhuluma umkhane noma nalo nobaba ubuthelezi ngasethi ubuthelezi asambe solento emontweni.
And Mukhani and Buthelezi spoke, and then Buthelezi said to me, we should go and wait by the car.
Ngihambile enkosenkantolo ngalinda ke emontweni kwaseke efika ke namaphepha athi naka amaphepha la ngisayinela kushena lo bhuti lo angisayinela nalo sisi la ngisayinela lapha ukuthi ngivumile ukucheckiwa lento igolide lebethu amaphoyisa wangichecka lona.
And then we went to the car, and then this lady and this particular gentleman came, and the gentleman said I should sign that I agreed that they could check for a gold tooth, which the police had said they should check for.
So, before we adjourn for the long adjournment, I want to be sure that this lady and a gentleman, are you now referring to Dr. Shokwe?
Manje uma ukhuluma nga lo sisi nendoda lo abazile ukhuluma ngodokotela uhloko lo bekala kulamaviki adlule.
Kwesenkantolo igama lakhe ngiqala ukulizwa lami nazange ngitshele ngisho igama lakhe.
My lord, I did not know his surname or his name. I only started hearing it when he was in court.
So it's the same gentleman that followed you into the vehicle to make you sign that document.
Uye lo oze kuwe emotweni wazothi usayine leya phepha leliya.
Ngingasho ngoba wayegqoka zona lezi impahla lokhu ngimbona egqoke ngaphakathi kwesenkantolo.
I can say it is the same person as he was still dressed the same way that he was dressed when I saw him inside.
I want to be sure again
Ufuna
in the
ukuba-
vehicle.
ufuna ukuba nesiqiniseko lapha emotweni.
Kwesenkantolo ngithi umuntu omeza kimi namaphepha ngithi kuye lo wayengichecka amazinyo weza kimi straight ehamba nalo sisi lo.
My lord, the person that came with documents, I am saying it was this particular gentleman who came with that lady, the same people that were checking me.
Ukuthi kokuba negama lakhe angilazi manje kuye lo wayethi angikhamise elayida amazinyo ami efaka nento ngathi lokhuza echecka amazinyo.
But I am saying it is the same person who was shaking me, and there is a certain object that he was putting towards my teeth, shaking me.
Other than checking your teeth, did he say anything to you? Did he ask you questions?
Ngaphandle kokuhlola amazinyo, uye wakhuluma into ethize na kuwe, uye wakubuza umbuzo othize.
Kosenkantolo imibuzo angibuza yona ngethemba ukuthi wangibuza ukuthi ubani umuntu engihlala naye ngamtshela ukuthi ngihlala nobani wathi amanamba akhe ngawabizwa ngoba ngabe ngwazi ngekhanda ngalesa sikhathi.
My Lord, I believe the question that he asked me was who is staying with me, and I told him, and he asked for the telephone numbers of that particular person, which I also gave him.
So, was he noting something on a paper as he was asking you these questions?
Ngalesikhathi ebekade ekubuza leyo mibuzo, wayekade ebhala phansi.
Ngoba wayephethe into engathi iplanga ngapha le engathi nensimbi nyana la. Yayikuye so mayengibuza mina ngimtshela lokho ngimtshela khona amagama lo muntu athi ukuthi ngihlala naye.
As he had a clipboard, my Lord, as he was asking me those questions, I think he was writing as he had that clipboard.
So, when he asked you about your partner, I want to be sure it was this male doctor that was here.
Uthi ufuna ukwazi, ufuna ukuba nesiqiniseko ukuthi ngalesikhathi ekubuza ngalo muntu obokade uhlala naye ozwana naye, kwakade kuyilo dokotela lo bekamela.
Kosenkantolo wayefaka imask ngithi langa manje ngimbona imask useyikhiphila ngithi manje.
My Lord, he was wearing a mask on that particular day, and when he was here in court, I saw him without a mask.
And mina ngambonela ngale one kosenkantolo ngambona ngamalanga amaningi.
And I only saw him once. I did not see him again.
Before we go on live, remember you said there was a lady that you could understand speaking Sizulu?
Usakhumbula ukuthi uthe kunomuntu wesifazane lobe umuzwa ekhuluma isiZulu.
Angithi inkosi enkantolo bami la phambi kwami bobabili maye khuluma lo utshena mina.
My Lord, as they were standing before me, when this other one was speaking, the other one was speaking to me in Zulu.
My Lord, we have reached the time for the long adjournment. It's 1 o'clock. May we adjourn until 2 o'clock?
Okay, we adjourn until 2.
Tasambeke siyodla, sizobuya ngemva kwalokho. Uthi ke umshushisi njengoba wena usanda kusho ukuthi usayinisiwe uma uqeda khona lapho ingakho wayekade ethi uyakhalalisela ukuthi usukhuluma iqiniso leli eyena alifuna.
Kosenkantolo angazi ngizokhuluma kangaki kosenkantolo manje ngicheck umuntu igolide la bese ngisukuma mina ngiphuma ngihamba ngiye emotweni mangifike emotweni ngithi nje ngisahleni yana bese efika namaphepha ethi bhuti siqedile ungasayina wasesithole ukuthi igolide usekucheckile ngizawuthina ungitshela ngegolide enkosenkantolo.
My Lord, I do not know how will I be able to explain it, as after lying on the bed, and then I was checked, and then the lady said, "Thank you, we are done." Then I went to the vehicle, and she later came and said, "Thank you, we are done. Can you please sign here?" That is the explanation I am giving, my Lord.
And umshushisa khumbula phela lapha ezandleni ngangifasile lento le ngikhishwa ngokuthelezi mina ngokhiya wakhe ukuze ngisayine la mina.
And my Lord, can the state please recall that I was cuffed, and Mr. Buthelezi is the one that removed the handcuff for me to sign.
Let's move along.
Tasiqhubeke.
This on record. Say this was your evidence that you brought to this court.
Uthi lobu ubufakazi obulethile la enkantolo.
Bulethwe yimi.
Brought by myself.
Yes, through your attorney.
Uthi yebo bulethwe wena buza nangommeli wakho.
Yebo.
Yes.
According to the evidence of Dr. Shokwe, the examination took 30 to 40 minutes.
Ukuya ngobufakazi bukadokotela uHlokwe uthe ukukuhlola lokuyana kuthathe imizuzu engaba 30 noma 40.
Kosenkantolo ngeke ngiphendule isikhathi ngoba nesikhathi sokungena nesokuphuma kuye ngemotweni nesokuphuma emotweni ngiya kuye angisazi kosenkantolo.
My Lord, I would not be able to testify on the time, because even the time that we arrived at that place through to the time when I went back to the vehicle, I do not know.
Mangakhumbula kahle ngiqala ukukhuluma la ngendaba yase Rustenburg. Ngikhulumile ukuthi umkhani wangishiya emotweni wangela ngaphakathi. Waphinde wabuya asikhatha ngesikala ngwazi watshela ubuthelezi ukuthi mabangivulela ngaphuma ngabalandela ngawo check out angecheckiwa ngabuya ngahlala emotweni ngabashiya ngaphakathi.
If my memory serves me well, I did mention in court that upon our arrival, Mokhane went inside, and then he came back and informed Buthelezi to take me into the place, and that's when we went inside. And then after that, we came back.
So as per the version of the state that the examination took 30 to 40 minutes, the only thing the lady interpreted was to tell you to lie on bed.
Uthi ke ukuya ngobufakazi buthi ukuhlolwa laphayana kuthathe imizuzu 30 noma amashumi 40. Lento ikuthi lo yasisi uyitolike nje ukuthi lala laphaya.
Ngitoleke lapha.
Ekutshela njengoba kade kukhulunywa ngesingesi usisi loyana washo ngesizulu ukuthi ulale kuloya mbhede.
Kosenkantolo ngiyaphinda futhi. Ngithi embhedeni la ngilala ubhuti lo engakafiki kusekhona usisi nomhane nobuthelezi nomabhena phakathi noJonathan ngalala weza lo bhuti lo wafika baphusha umshini bawusondeza kemo bakhanyisa ubhuti wacheka into ayichekayo emvela kwathi usesawu soqedile ngasuma lapha ubuthelezi asi ngangiphuma futhi.
My Lord, I repeat that I laid on the bed when the doctor, the male doctor, was not there. It was still myself and the lady and Mokhane and Buthelezi. Then after that, the doctor came and he checked me. And then when he was done, I stood up and I then followed Buthelezi going out of that medical consultation room.
It was evidence in this court that after you went inside that consultation room, the police officers remained outside the door with the door slightly opened as a safety precaution.
Ubufakazi obuzela enkantolo kuthiwe ithe wena uma ungena phakathi kulayi ukuthi amaphoyisa aye wama ngaphandle kodwa umnyango wawukade ungavalwanga kakhulu wawukade uvulwe kancane ukuze nje nabo bakwazi ukuthi bavikeleke.
Nkosenkantolo akulona iqiniso le Nkosenkantolo. Mangikhuluma ngabantu engangenabo la phakathi la.
My lord.
Akulona iqiniso lena Nkosenkantolo.
That is not correct. I am referring to the people that I was with inside that consultation room.
And then when Mahane gave evidence, was that fact put to him that he was right inside when exhibit VV1 was being completed?
Umukhani uma ephana ngobufakazi uye watshelwa na ukuthi Mukhani ngalesikhathi untanzi ehlolwa udokotela wawukade ungaphakathi.
Ngiyethemba Nkosenkantolo bangelapha na ngizokhuluma leti ayenzeka kimi mina Nkosenkantolo.
I believe as I am standing here, my Lord, I am here to testify on what happened to me
Nale yenzeka ngikhona ngibona mina Nkosenkantolo.
and what happened in my presence whilst I was seeing.
So two people that you say were present, being Mohane and Dr. Shop, do not align the evidence with what you are saying.
Abantu ababini labo wena uthi bayibakade bekhona abakhulumi into efana nobufakazi bakho. Mukhane nodokotela uHlobo.
Nkosenkantolo ngiyaphinda futhi. Ngithi mina ubhuti lo wafika ngicheck umlomo ungithole senilele la. Angeke ngihlale nosisi nomhane mina ngiyisiboshwa.
My Lord, I repeat, the gentleman found me already having lied on the bed, and I would not be seated with Mohane and the lady there.
Ngoba namanje ngisasho Nkosenkantolo ukuthi ngaphakathi la kwawusisi ngumhane uMabhena ngubuthelezi uJonathan lona engalazi igama lakho uyo le wayeme eminyango lo engalazi igama lakho ukubani.
And my Lord, I still repeat that in that consultation room, it was myself, the lady, Mohane, Jonathan, Buthelezi, Nobani,
noMabhena.
and Mabena. And then the one that I did not know his name was the one who was standing by the door side.
Wasengena yena ke lo wafika ngikhanyisa ngomshini.
And then came this particular one that brought this machine towards me.
So you are telling this court, this questionnaire, the doctor just sat down and decided to select whatever that he wanted to select here and then made you sign.
Manje wena uthi udokotela uvele wahlala phansi yena wakhetha ukuthi uzobhala la nala bese ethi wena uvele usayine.
Nkosenkantolo angishongo ukuthi wahlala phansi mina. First qala silungise lapha. Eyami impendulo Nkosenkantolo makuzothiwa sanela sesekucheckile igoleti. Ngiyasayina ngithi ungihambise yena lapha kubantu bakhe ngithi ungihambisela ukuthi ngiyocheck igoleti mase kuthiwa sengicheckile file ngisayina.
My Lord, can we please correct this? I did not say that the doctor sat down and started completing this document. I said the doctor checked me, and after that he said I must sign, and I did as I was instructed by the doctor.
Let me ask you a question, simple question, yes or no?
Uthi ithakubuze umbuzo olula, umbuzo odinga impendulo kayebo noma cha.
Do you understand?
Uyazwisisa?
Yebo Nkosenkantolo.
Yes, my Lord.
Are you a smoker?
Uyabhema?
Angibhemi Nkosenkantolo lokungazala.
No, my Lord. Ever since I was born, I have never smoked.
So the doctor also said you are not a smoker.
Udokotela uthe awubhemi. Uthe awubhemi udokotela. Ubhalela ukuthi wena awubhemi.
Angibhemi Nkosenkantolo lokungazalwa vele.
Yes, my Lord, I do not smoke.
So that information, it falls within your personal knowledge. The doctor will not have known that you don't smoke.
Wena umuntu obekade wazi ukuthi awubhemi, udokotela bengeke azi ukuthi awubhemi ngaphandle kokuthi atshelwe wena.
Nkosenkantolo ngiyaphinda futhi. Angihlalanga isikhathi mina kubhuti lo nosisi. Ngoba ngangena lapha ngalala umbhedelo wangikhanyisa phela ngaphuma ngayihambela. Azange ngidibana nembuzo le mina Nkosenkantolo.
My Lord, I repeat, I did not take long in that consultation room. I only got there, laid on the bed, checked, then I stood up and left. I did not get these type of questions.
You see, now I want an answer, Mr. Ntanzi. There's no running away from this.
Uthi manje ufuna impendulo akukho ukuthi ungabaleka.
How would have the doctor known of this fact?
Udokotela waze kanjani lezi zinto azibalela?
Nkosi enkantolo angemazi umuntu oyithathaphi.
My Lord, I do not know where he got that information.
Are you now suggesting that the doctor is a prophet?
Manje ufuna ukuthi udokotela loyana umprofet?
If we avoid sarcasm, we'll finish this evidence in chief, as the court proceeds.
I withdraw that question. How will have the doctor known of this information?
Udokotela waze kanjani lezi zinto azibalela?
Ngiyathemba nkosi enkantolo into engiyiphendulile namanje ngiphendulele kalebohile phethane nenamba leyo kubuziwe ukuthi uma ngathiwa sithola inkinga sizoxhumana nobani ngoba wena usayitshela ukuze ngibanikele namba le.
My Lord, I believe the only question I answered was this one of Lebogang Phethane, when it was said to me if they find that there is something wrong, who are they going to consult, as I was in prison? And I gave them the information of Lebogang Phethane.
Have you had any operation or surgical procedure?
Usuke wahlinzwa
Lokhu ngazala nkosi enkantolo.
ever since I was born, my Lord.
And the doctor said, yeah, he supports you. Never happened.
Udokotela naye uyasho la ukuthi awukaze wahlinzwa.
Nkosi enkantolo ngiyaphinda ngithi azange ngibuziwe ngalento ebhalwe mina nkosi enkantolo.
My Lord, I repeat that I have never been asked questions with regards to what is written here.
Did you take any drugs?
Kuneyidakamizwa ozithathayo?
Namanje nkosi enkantolo angibheme drugs.
No, my Lord.
You see, that's why the doctor said, he said, you do not take drugs.
Udokotela nala ubhale kanjalo ukuthi awuthathi idakamizwa.
And I put it to you, Mr. Ntanzi, the only source of this information is one other than Bongani Ntanzi.
Uthi ingakho umshushisi athi umuntu onike udokotela lolwazi ubongani Ntanzi.
Nkosi enkantolo ngiyethemba lo mbuzo angibuzana. Umuntu obhema ugwayi uyambona ukuthi lo ubhema ugwayi.
My Lord, I believe this question. When a person smokes, you can be able to see that this person smokes cigarette.
Nomuntu ophuza utshwala ngafe ngutshela lo uyaphuza utshwala.
Even a person who drinks, my Lord.
So
I
mina
would
lezi
be
zinto ebhalwe
able
la
to
nkosi enkantolo
state.
angidibani nazo nkosi enkantolo ngiyaxolisa kakhulu.
Even a person who consumes alcohol, my Lord, I would be able to state that this one consumes alcohol. This one that is written here, my Lord, I am not part of.
Your counsel said you must avoid sarcasm. You must also do the same.
Ummeli wakho uthe singakhulumi ingathi sikhomba abanye abantu ngeminwe, uthi nawe uyeke lokho.
Ngiyaxolisa nkosi enkantolo.
My apologies, my Lord.
And then the questionnaire goes on, are you pregnant?
Bese kuyaqhutshekwa la umbuzo uthi ukhulelwe na?
And then the doctor said, no.
Udokotela wathi cha.
Nkosi enkantolo angazi noma umuntu njengami uyakhulelwa ngiqala ukuzwa la lento ebhalwe.
My Lord, I am not sure if a person like me would be pregnant. It is my first time seeing it here.
Do you have TB or lung disease?
Unaso isifo sesifuba noma esamaphaphu?
Azange nkosi enkantolo ngaphatha angazi ke manje phela kudala ngagcina ungela ngimedical manje angazi.
I don't know now, my Lord, but I have never been a patient of TB or lung diseases.
Can you see someone, as you can see someone who smokes and drinks alcohol, that this person does have TB or does not have TB?
Umuntu onesifo sesifuba uyakwazi ukuthi ungambona njengoba ukuthi uthi umuntu obhemayo nophuzayo uyakwazi ukuthi umbone.
Angeke ngikwazi mina nkosi enkantolo kumbona.
I would not be able to see a
And
person.
then you agree with me, the only way you can determine that is to ask that particular person, correct?
Uyavuma ukuthi ukuze wazi ukuthi umbuze lo muntu ukuthi unaso leso sifo na.
Nkosi enkantolo angisuchwephesha wokucheck abantu mina nkosi enkantolo.
My
Futhi
Lord.
umuntu engangamcheck.
My Lord, I am not an expert in checking people, and there is no one that I have ever checked.
We are not talking about you being checked, questionnaire, questions and answers.
Uthi akakhulumi ngokucheka, ukhuluma ngemibuzo neimpendulo eziphiwe la.
Njengoba ngisho Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi mina angidibani nalento ethikhwela ngoba akaze ngidibane nombuzo lona Nkosi enkantolo.
My Lord, as I am saying, I have never met these questions, and I am not part of anything that was asked there.
Were you on medication?
So, my Lord, I mean, really now, the witness has said ad nauseum, I'm using Mr. Baloi's word, ad nauseum. I've got no part, I'm not part of this questionnaire. And still my learned colleague goes on through what is noted on the form. If he's got an argument, my Lord, perhaps it's a matter that he can argue. As the court pleases.
Yes, sir.
My Lord, that is the only way to determine that this information that was brought by them before this court, it came from the accused. How can I do that without asking these questions? And it's aligned with what I'm submitting before this court or with the answer that I'm getting from the accused. I don't know where is the unfairness in this questioning, in those line of questions.
Yeah, okay, let's hear you.
The last question, what was the answer?
Impendulo bowutheni kumpendulo yombuzo wokugcina.
Ngisacela ungikhumbuze futhi.
May you please
I was
remind us
asking
of the
about
question?
if you are on medication, yes or no.
Ubekade ebuza ukuthi wena uthatha amaphilisi athize.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my Lord.
And the doctor said no.
Nodokotela naye ubhale ukuthi awuthathi mithi ethize.
Into engithanda Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi ibhale udokotela uNtanzi.
What I like, my Lord, is that it is the doctor who has written here, not Ntanzi.
You never said you wrote this document. We say you answered these questions.
Uthi umshushisi akazange athi uwe obhalela. Yena uthi uwe ophendulele mibuzo.
Ngiyanqaba Nkosi enkantolo.
I refuse that, my Lord.
Now, let us proceed. Let's get to the issue of signatures.
Asiqhubeke ke siye kwindaba le yama signature.
Did you know what was this document?
Bowazi ukuthi yini le ncwadi?
Nkosi enkantolo manginike incwadi elithiwa nathi incwadi yakho check igolide. Angithi uyangitshena, angimbuzi imithi incwadana uyangitshena.
My Lord, when I was given this document, I was informed that this is your document that we checked for the gold tooth. I was informed.
But you do not know what is written inside this document.
Kodwa wena wawukade ungazi ukuthi kubhalweni kule ncwadi.
Angazi Nkosi enkantolo namanje ngiyaphinda ngithi makuthiwa sayina na incwadi yokucheck igolide ngizoyisayina ngithi ngicheckile igolide Nkosi enkantolo.
I did not know what was the content of this document, my Lord. And when it was given to me that sign here is a document that we have checked for your gold tooth. And indeed they checked, and that's why I signed, my Lord.
And then, without any assault or force, you signed this document twice.
We signile le ncwadi kabini, ungashawanga, ungaphoqwanga.
Ngiyathemba Nkosi enkantolo emlonyeni wami lokhu ngishilo ukuthi kuthiwa nali iphepha sayina ucheckile igolide.
I
Lokhu
believe,
ngisho
my
njalo
Lord,
nje Nkosi enkantolo phambi kwakho.
I have said that they came with this document and said I should sign as they have checked for the gold tooth.
Now let us proceed.
Asiqhubeke.
Let's just put away exhibit VV1.
Uthi le sibeke.
After that incident in that hospital, what happened?
Bese ke uma niqeda lapha esibhedlela kwayenzakala.
Ziphumile Nkosi enkantolo imoto ngokulandelana kwazo zahamba.
Vehicles left that hospital premises following each other.
Where were they heading to?
Beziyaphi imoto?
angazi Nkosi enkantolo manje police station le ngagcina ngilele kuyo angeke ngikhumbule manje.
I do not know, my lord, as even that police station which I was placed in, I would not remember it.
Okay. Let's revisit that document again. Page 2.
VV1.
Yes, VV1.
Uthi asibuyele kuyo lencwadi le ku page 2.
Clinical examination.
Size la lapho kade uhlolwa khona. Yes.
First column it says extra oral exam.
Lana ithi kuhlolwa ngaphakathi emlomo.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord.
And the options there is normal or abnormal.
Lana kuthiwa kwakade kulungile noma kungalunganga.
And then general appraisal. It was normal.
Lana la ukuthi ithema babona yonke into kuthiwa kakade ku normal uma kuhlolwa emlomo.
Yebo ngiyeza Nkosi enkantolo kodwa Nkosi enkantolo angeke ngicommente mina ngede ebhalwe umuntu engazange ngibuze yona. Nguye wayengichecka ngithi mina ngizichecka Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord, and I would not be able to comment on what I was checked on by the doctor, as he's the one that checked me, not myself, and I did not mark there.
We're done with the questioning now. Now we're coming to examination.
Uthi sesiqedile ngemibuzo siza manje labo kade uhlolwa khona.
And that's what he noted when he examined you.
Izinto udokotela azibhalile uma ekuhlola.
Yebo ngiyezwa.
Yes, I hear that.
And he said you were normal.
Uthe yena wawukade ulungile unormal.
Kusho yena Nkosi enkantolo ngithi akusho mina.
That is what he said, not me, my lord.
Lymph nodes, normal.
Yena ke lapha ku number 3 uthe ngaphakathi emlomo wena wawukade ulungile.
Yebo ngiyezwa Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, I hear that, my lord.
TM joints, normal.
Wathi ne nama joints la wokuhlafuna wayekade nawo elungile.
Yebo ngiyezwa Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, I hear that, my lord.
Intraoral exam, normal.
Wathi nala emlomo ngaphakathi phezulu kwakade nakhona kulungile.
Yebo ngiyezwa Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord, I hear that.
Lips and buccal mucosa, normal.
Neimpande zemilomo nazo zazikade zilungile zinormal.
Yebo ngiyezwa Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, I hear that.
What is your comment so far?
Wena uthini ngalokho?
Namanje Nkosi enkantolo ngiyaphinda ngithi ngeke ngicommente ngento engabhalanga futhi angisichecka ngalo nguye ngithi wayengichecka mangizokhomenta ngithini phambi Nkosi enkantolo.
My lord, I would repeat that I would not comment on what I was checked on. He is the one who was checking me, not myself.
Oropharynx and tonsils,
Uthi ithema kakuhlola noma uphimbo
was
nayo
normal.
ubone ukuthi yayikade inormal.
Palate, normal.
Uthi nangaphakathi phambi kwemiphimbo nakhona kwakade kulungile.
Floor of the mouth was normal.
Nangaphansi la kumlomo uthi kwakade kulungile.
Tongue, there is no option there.
Nelimi ke akabhalanga lutho kulimi ukuthi ulimi lakho lalinjani.
Gingival and periodontium, abnormal.
Uthi ke uye wabhala nokuthi nala ku la ngaphakathi ngasemlomo la kuyinhlathi nakhona kwakade kungalunganga ke.
And then finding a differential diagnosis, it says gingival recession of on 41, 42, and 31.
Uthi ke ithema kabheka ke uye wabona ukuthi khona ngala ngakule lento le engala ngasemahlangothini kona uye wabona ukuthi kunento ukuthi ibhaliwe ku 41, 42 no 41 futhi. Ilezi.
And then angle classification, class 1.
ithe makahlola ukuthi wena ukuphi ukweyiphi iclass uthe kubhale uclass 1
And then teeth chart, interdental spaces 11, 12, 21, 22, 23, and 12.
ithe makabheka amazinyo ubone ukuthi amazinyo wakho kunalayi ukuthi kunama space khona kwizinyo lesi 11 12 21 22 23 no 12.
Okay? And then from these, the doctor testified that there were no injuries that were detected.
Uthi ukusuka la udokotela yena uthe bekade kungena kulimala okubonile.
phambi kwenkosi enkantolo akaze ngisho mina inkosi enkantolo ukuthi ngalemala amazinyo.
Before the court, my lord, I never said I got injured on my tooth.
Okwesibili inkosi enkantolo mina engifuna ukwazi ukuthi yonke lento ayibhalela wayengichecka ngasiphi isikhathi ngoba kimi weza ngento eyisipuna ngathi insimbi encane ehamba efaka lapha phakathi kwamazinyo ukuthi wayengichecka nina mathansela yonke into efundwa la ayangimangaza inkosi enkantolo.
My lord, I would like to also know when did the doctor check me all of these things, because he came to me with a certain object that looked like a spoon and he just checked in between the tooth. I don't remember him checking me all of these things, including the tonsils.
So you forgot now that you told this court that he came with something like a light when you were made to lie on the bed.
Uthi manje umshushisi ukhohliwe ukuthi wena utshele inkantolo ukuthi udokotela uze nomshini onesibani okhanyise kuwe.
Namanje inkosi enkantolo ngisho njalo ngithi mayeza nomshini belayida la kimi uphethe into engathi isipunu so uyifaka la emazinyeni ezikhaleni zamazinyo la ami futhi aphendula straight etshena usisi lokuthi akangitshela ukuthi akaze ngilifake egolide kuna space segolide la.
Yes, my lord, I still remember that I did say he came with that light and he came with an object that looked like a spoon and he checked in between the spaces of my tooth and he informed this lady that she should inform me that there was no space for a gold tooth.
So lying on top of that bed, that light inside your mouth, was that not an examination?
Manje njengoba wakade ulele laphayana kuleyo mbhede nalesi yasibani naye elibele ephethe leyanto leyana kwakade engakuhloli na.
Inkosi enkantolo ukuthi angikwazi ukuthi amathansela akazangiphatha kube mhlamba akangiphatha ngizokwenza umzekelo. Inkosi enkantolo uma umuntu efaka isipuni phakathi kwamazinyo usuke echecka yena kanti so angichecka yona into efana emazinyeni.
My lord, it's just I have never had a problem with tonsillitis. If I had, I would be informing the court. But when a person brings an object that looks like a spoon and checked in between the tooth, that person, I believe, is checking my tooth.
Ngoba namanje phambi kwekatolo lokho ngikhulumile la ukuthi mina ngafaka isipuni phakathi kwamazinyo leze ebhalwe la ngithi inkosi enkantolo angizazi mina.
And my lord, I keep on maintaining that I was only put that object that looked like a spoon. And these ones that are written here, my lord, I do not know all these things.
Did you tell Dr. Shokwe that you were assaulted?
Uye wamtshela udokotela Hlokwe ukuthi wena ushayiwe?
Akazangibuza inkosi enkantolo.
He did not ask me.
Since you were in the hospital environment, was it not proper for you to also seek medical attention there?
Njengoba wawukade usesibhedlela awucabanga ukuthi indawo ebekade ilungile ukuthi khona lapho ucele ukuthi uhlolwe ukuthi ulimele manje udinga usizo.
Inkosi enkantolo ngiyethemba lapha ngihanjiswe khona kwangesiya intando yami kwangesiya imvume yami futhi akaze ngirepotele ukuthi sikusa kubani.
My lord, I believe wherever I was taken to, it was not my will and it was not my choice. And I have never gotten a report that we are taking you to such a place.
Ukube mhlambe babengibuzile ukuthi medical yakhiphi ngazothi abanginike ifoni ukuthi bayiphethe ngifonele umuntu angilethele medical ngibatshela ukuthi asingene la ku doctor wami lo othatha imali kimi.
And if I would have been asked, where is your medical? I believe the witness is referring to a medical aid. He would have asked for his phone so that he can be able to contact a person who was in possession of his medical aid so that he would be able to go to his doctor.
And the doctor said you were communicating very coherently and fluently.
Uthi udokotela naye wawukade ukhuluma kahle naye.
Ngiyethemba Nkosi enkantolo nommeli wami ngimtshela ukuthi baba uMgomezulu ayikho into engayikhuluma nalomuntu osebhokisini.
My Lord, I believe I have also informed my defense attorney that Mr. Mgomezulu, there is nothing that I spoke to the gentleman who is in the witness stand.
And then through that examination, the doctor indeed confirmed that he did not have a gold tooth.
Did not have
A gold tooth.
a gold tooth. Nga lapho udokotela ngemva kokuthi sekakuhlolile yena uye washo ukuthi awunayo awukaze waba negolide ezinyweni.
Angithi Nkosi enkantolo la phakathi uyakhuluma ukhuluma ubhekise kumhali. Usisi lo yena bese etshena mina ngithi ukuthi hayi futhi esiqedile asithi lento le uthoza icheck ayikho.
My Lord, as we were inside, as he was speaking to Mohani, then the lady informed me that my brother, we are done, and what you came here for a checkup, we did not get that gold tooth.
Now, do you see that Dr. Hlokwe was very fair and very independent?
Uyabona ke ukuthi udokotela uhlokwe wayekade kudokotela ozimele.
Angikwazi lokho ngikuzwa ngaye mina Nkosi enkantolo.
I do not know that. I am hearing it from you, my Lord.
Yes. Now, let us proceed from the point where now you are heading back to a certain police station. Take me through that.
Asuke ke la esibhedlela siye la ubokade near kwi police station ethize.
You are leaving Rustenburg now. Where did you go
Angisengiyaphuma
to?
manje eRustenburg. Niyephi?
Angisakhumbula Nkosi enkantolo mina ngangikhumbuza i-police station ngoba into engididayi lama police station for ukuthi bengingena ngapha ngingena angizazi kahle kahle ukuthi bangikhishwe namhlanje ngizolalaphi. Angibona ngabo.
I do not remember, my Lord, if maybe the state could respectfully remind me of the police station, because on these 4 police stations, I did not know which one was I taken to whenever I am booked out.
Before we get to that police station, I want us to, before you go back to that police station, we touch briefly before we adjourn on Exhibit RR.
Uthi ngaphambi kokuthi singaya kuleyo police station kunalaye ukuthi kuye kwakhulunywa ngobufakazi obuka RR.
So let's page 1.
Can we please the same? We have only VV here.
You don't have RR. On page 1,
To see page 1, yes, we are there.
22nd of June 2020,
Day 22 zika June 2020.
the presiding officer on that date was A. Ruos,
Umuntu obekade engumantshi lapho kwakade ku A Ruas,
and then the public prosecutor, Ms. Tele,
umshushisi kwakade ku Mamcele,
the interpreter, Ms. Ngwenya,
utoliki kwakade ku Mamungwenya,
and the defense, no one was indicated there, stenographer, Mr. Sediko.
Ummeli akuzange kubhalwe lutho. Umuntu obekade esebenza kumshini bekade kumnumzana uSedikwe.
And then words written defense is IP, meaning in person.
La ukuthi kubhalwe ummeli kubhalwe IP echaza ukuthi wawukade umuntu loyo ubekade ezimele.
And then according to this document, if I interpret it correctly, your election was to be represented by legal aid.
Ukuya ngale ncwadi uma eyifunda kahle umshushisi uthi kubonakala ingathi wena Msolwa uye wakhetha ukuthi umelwe abameli laba abohulumende abangakhokhelwa abaka legal aid.
Nkosi enkantolo namanje ngiyaphinda ngithi inkosi enkantolo ngelanga ngesecourt eRustenburg akaze ngene ngaphakathi nalo mmeli ngeke ngimkhombe la mina lo mmeli engaqhamuka thoya engimele ngeke ngimkhombe mina.
My Lord, I repeat that on the day when I was in court in Rustenburg, I did not go into the courtroom, as even that defense counsel that is being mentioned, I will not be able to point out that counsel, as I did not go inside the courtroom.
Uma kwekuthi inkosi enkantolo ngangimele ngummeli wayipho engezanga kimi emontweni uma kungena umkhane ngaphakathi nefile waye engezanga kimi emontweni ngoba lapha kwakune corona kwakuvala ngedanger tape inkosi enkantolo.
If there was an attorney that was representing me, why didn't that attorney come to me when Mohani came back, as in that place there was a danger tape?
We will fully canvass this point. I want us to move to the proof.
As my colleague is referring this court to exhibit RR, it appears from the portion that he was reading, which is page 1, he brought the attention of the court to the presiding officers, the public prosecutor, interpreter, etc. were. But as you read down that very same page, it says Ms. Modibo on record for accused 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm not so sure whether the state is aware of that indication. So it means, and as I look on the face of the charge sheet, which is the J15, we don't have accused number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 here. We only having accused number, only one accused was Bongani Sandison Tanzi. So that basically indicates that what the court's attention is brought to could and is not a proper reflection of what happened on that day. Therefore, reliance on this charge sheet, on this exhibit RR, is very faulty, my lord. Unless the state is able to explain who this Ms. Modibo, who these accused, these 5 accused were, that Ms. Modibo was appearing on their behalf. Otherwise, reliance on this charge sheet can really not be heard in terms of what it is contained on what I've just drawn the court's attention to. Thank you, madam.
Yes, Mr. Silande.
From the face of the J15, my lord, there's only one accused person. And on page 1, it is a pro forma that the magistrate used in that particular court, just to make the process much quicker, to even indicate Ms. Modibo usually being the legal aid office of that particular court. And by saying accused 1, 2, 3, 4, there's nothing there that was indicated whether there were other accused persons. Where it says accused number 1, which is only reflected as the only accused person in front of the J15, it was indicated legal aid. So I can only make a submission as far as that there was no other accused person, he was the only accused person. And these proceedings, they are in relation to him only. And as a result, the matter was postponed in custody and accused did not have bail at that stage.
So your submission is that that's a proper record.
That is a proper record, my lord.
Yeah, you can argue that with Mr. Mnisi, whether it's a proper record or not.
Is the court, please.
I say you two can argue that. Because he says it's a proper record.
I can.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
prepared to argue it right now.
No, you don't argue right now. You argue at the end of the case.
Oh, okay. Thank you, man.
Yeah, bro.
Execute, please. Say, just before we adjourn for the day, let's quickly move to the appearances of the 13th of July 2020.
Uthi umshushisi ke asiye la bekade kukhulunywe khona nge-13 zika July.
No, my apologies. It's not the same one. I'll get you the correct one. August 2020. Sorry.
Uthi siye kwi-3 zika August 2020.
I just want to demonstrate something.
Uthi kunento afuna ukubonisa yona.
Appearances for the day, presiding officer, Ms. A. Rose, prosecutor, Mr. Mohape C, interpreter, Ms. Chabalala, defense accused 1, Mr. Mjiako.
Uthi ke nge-3 zika August ke khona kushiwo ummeli umshushisi nomantshi kuthiwa ke ummeli kwakade kumnumzana Mjiyako. Can you please see a copy?
Don't have that page.
It's only in this RR.
Yes, on that
Page number?
Page number 5.
Page number 5.
Yes.
You say RR.
Exhibit RR, my lord.
Okay, only it's on page 5 now.
On page 5.
Here it's page 4, then page 6. La ku page 5. Umantshi kwakade ku A Rose, umshushisi ku Mr. Mohapesi.
Peter proceeds. As well with us, the dilemma is I've just noted now, what was disclosed to us also is missing page 5. So I've just borrowed one from Advocate Baloyi, but the rest of my colleagues also do not have page 5.
Mr. Sabande, they say there's no page 5 in that document. Or it's only you who has page 5.
Okay, my lord, will make copies available. It's only one page. We'll make copies available to my colleague.
No, look, they say they don't have page 5. So you must furnish them with page 5. I don't want, hey, this judge is unfairness, what?
It's 12 minutes past 3, we can adjourn for the
you know how it is.
12 minutes past 3, we can adjourn for the
Yeah.
day, and then we'll make copies for
That'll be
that
brave.
one page
Here,
until tomorrow.
court will adjourn.
Sesubuya outside.